Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you in posterity, just going to be talking to the chat as they stream in. Brianna is on her way. She was actually ready before I was, but unfortunately, I had to finish up some dinner and some other stuff. If you notice that we were not present last week, that's because both of us have quite a lot going on. Obviously, I'm still working on my bolter project. I'm literally talking to the ATF on Friday in order to get a license so I can start firing, or not firing, so I can start buying and selling firearms, including the science fiction firearms that I want to manufacture and sell. Hello, Amphibious Orca. Thank you for being here. And then not just that, but Space Marine 2 released last week. The Tithes episode released last week. So I was a very busy Warhammer boy. So it seems like Space Marine 2 broke out of the Warhammer Games Workshop niche that typical Warhammer products are in, and it's gotten fairly mainstream. It's gotten acclaim from a healthy chunk of large streamers and large YouTubers. It's gotten positive reviews from a majority of the people who have played it. There are some criticisms, but overall, I think it's been very well received, and I think it will get a lot of new people into the hobby, which I'm excited about. I do have a video, Space Marine 2 for Noobs, that was copyright struck by Focus Entertainment before the release of the game. It did accrue around 120,000 views, I think, 116 to be precise, before it was copyright struck. And that's because I used some Death Watch tutorial footage before the video game did the early release. So they did copyright strike it. It's on appeal under fair use. I think we'll get it over, it will be restored shortly. And honestly, I am probably going to do another breakdown of Space Marine 2 since we've actually played the campaign. We're going to do a Space Marine 2 campaign lore breakdown. I'm in desperate need of a haircut. I'm going to Huntsville, Alabama for a store opening later in the month for a Warhammer store opening. And that should be fun. And then I'm trying to think of what else is going on. I think I'll be in Wisconsin in early October. And the debate was very good. So I'm going to talk to Chad a little bit. Jonah Boy says, what it do, what it does. Indeed. Thank you for being here, Jonah. It is always good to see you in chat. Dustin Babola says, how are you liking Space Marine 2, brother? I was thinking of getting it. It's phenomenal. I've said this before. I'll say this again. I think that Space Marine 2 for a typical video game experience is an 8.5, like 8.5 out of 10. There's a few mechanical criticisms that I have of the gameplay. I think for a Warhammer game, for a Warhammer enthusiast, this is a 9.5 easily. The lore, the attention to detail, the love, the weapons, the armor, the modeling, all of it is phenomenal. So if you like Warhammer at all, then you will enjoy Warhammer Space Marine 2. And then Jonah Boy says, I couldn't get a physical copy. It's going to be selling like crazy. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I did digital download on PC, and also my PC was chugging. I never crashed, but my computer was hurting during some of the bigger battle sequences, which I was worried about considering how many enemies they're putting on screen. Dustin Babola says, Noise, you got me into the universe and been loving it. Honestly, that's always like a heartwarming compliment whenever somebody says that my content helped them get into Warhammer, because it is something. I know it's nerdy to have like a fictional thing be a cornerstone of your life, but I would say Warhammer is a cornerstone in my life. So it is what it is. I guess I'm just a Warhammer nerd, and say la vie. Christian Blair says, remember when I said I would sit in a foxhole with Dim Fool? I lied. True. I really like what's been going on since then, because I think it just shows you, and this is for all people, this isn't just for the people who have been caught up in the Tenet media controversy, which I will describe for new people in a moment, but it just shows you how shallow people will be when you start throwing dollar signs around. And I think that's true. So if somebody walked up to me and they were like, hey, we love what you do, it's fantastic, you are God's gift to humanity in politics, here's $400,000 a month, keep doing what you're doing, I'd be like, yeah, sure. I'd be like, absolutely, sign me up. And then it's like the Taliban, like ISIS. ISIS is funneling money through foreign entities in order to donate to the Counterpoints channel, and I took $700,000 from ISIS, but they let me keep doing my own thing. Yeah, 100%. So, now, of course, once I found out it was ISIS, I would stop taking the money. I would keep the money I already took because, I already invested it in, various things. And, if I give the money back, then really I'm just giving money back to ISIS. So that's bad. So I would keep the money. But, once I found out that I took money from a jihadist organization, I would probably stop taking the money once it was discovered, of course. Mr. Bombastic says, hello, sir. Yeah, hello. Christian Blair says, we all know his grifter ass ain't ever put his life on the line for his beliefs. Well, there's some arguments to be said that he did show up physically to Ukraine. I think in 2014, he did some on-the-ground reporting there. I think he was also in Tahrir Square during the Arab Spring. And I think that he was also on the ground with Occupy Wall Street. So while I'm sure being a on-the-ground news reporter is not as dangerous as, serving in the security service, I still think, we should give credit where it's due. I think it's been a very long time since he's risked anything. But I think a younger Tim Pool was more willing to risk things than our current Tim Pool. Cacophony says, I love the Armory. I just wish they had all the chapters as presets instead of me having to set up the dope ones. True. I am getting black right now. I need to get Chaos Black. That way I can create like a proxy Death Watch or like a Black Blood Angel while I'm waiting for, to unlock all the skins and customizations and all that kind of stuff. But I am excited. I'm eventually going to have like a Death Watch Blood Angel class in almost every class. So it is very good. Kaka, Eben says, chugga, 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 choo, choo. Ooh, I'm not sure what that's in reference to, but there's an audio clip for anybody who wants it. Evan says, did you read the full corresponding affidavit or just a 32-page indictment? Read. This is Twitch and YouTube politics. No, I'm kind of joking. We might read a little bit of the indictment. It's my understanding that the general impressions from the exterior were that Lauren Chen did largely know what was going on, that it was from Russians, that they were filtering it through a series of shell companies, that it likely was very shady, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I think it's likely that, now this is just speculation, but I'm free to speculate. It is my show after all. It is likely that she is avoiding prosecution by cooperating with investigators. That would be my presumption, unless they announce an indictment. And all in all, it's going to be like a foreign agent relations thing. Like it's not going to be treason. We're not going to see Lauren Chen and her husband in front of a firing squad. We're going to see them likely pay civil fines and have some kind of suspended sentence and be cooperating witnesses in an investigation against the FARA violator Russians. That would be my suspicion. The forces of chaos keeping you going. Yeah. Again, I would take money as long as I didn't know it was them. If the Alpha Legion was funding this channel and then, I found out it was the Alpha Legion, then like I might have to stop taking the money, but I'm going to keep the money they already gave me, right? Cacophony says 400,000 is almost enough to buy all the 40K figures I want. True. I think about what I would do with 400K, right? Obviously, my house would be paid off. All my debt would evaporate. I would invest into my own businesses instantaneously. I would, do the science fiction business. I would absolutely be full-time creating content, et cetera, et cetera. It is a lot of money. So I think there is a little disconnect when Tim talks about it and he's like, yeah, we were already set financially. It's not that big of a deal, and if anything, we were making this kind of money or getting these kinds of offers anyways. I think there's a little bit of like a disconnect from the people who are listening to Tim Pool versus the people in his audience. But I think that's what happens when you succeed in media creation and in entertainment and edutainment. I think, boom, you just jump up into the upper echelons of the tax brackets and you just kind of get disconnected from normie shit. If we ever get there, I'll try to be a little bit more connected. Jonah Boy says I'm getting sauced on PvP. True. And I do see Brianna. I'm just going to answer these last questions and then we're going to get her in here. That fool died, unfortunately, when he realized he could get more money from spreading misinformation to reactionary right-wingers. Yeah, that's the dangers of audience capture that we talk so passionately about. That was for your PC downloading. As for Lauren and her husband, Liam, I'd bet a substantial amount of money she's in custody. Also, sanction CounterFire violations carry 30 years max. Interesting. Tim Pools, Ukraine is the enemy of America. We should apologize to Russia. Hits different now. Oh, 100%. And I think that's the best thing about it. Yeah. All right, let's get Brianna in here. Let's start the show together. Miss Brianna, how are you?
Woo!
We're back.
It's been a little bit of a crazy week, Connor.
Yeah, so I know you're saying that you like to banter a bit during the beginning of the show, and it's not like we don't have things to cover. One of the things that I wanted to talk to you about was last week we were both pretty busy. You released a video that was kind of like a personal confessional thing.
Yes. I
liked it. I watched it. And I actually wanted to point out a couple of things to the audience. But do you want to tell the audience what kind of what that was about and what you were trying to accomplish and all that kind of stuff?
Sure. So yeah, this is a video. There's obviously, I'm sure you can read the comments, any show, and it is bringing up like, hey, Brianna's trans, blah, blah, blah. And, something I set out to do very deliberately, 20 years ago after I did this is I never wanted my life and my career. I didn't want to be one of these annoying trans people that's their entire life and it's all they ever talk about. Like I wanted to go on, I wanted to have a career, I wanted to do other things, I wanted to move past it as much as I could. What we didn't know though, back in 2003 and 2004 is this little thing that was being made called Facebook was going to quantify everything you'd ever done your entire life and basically make it impossible to do what trans people used to call, which was going stealth, where you just like sometimes people figure it out, but you just don't talk about it. So basically I've just tried to do everything I could to not just say publicly, I am trans, because the instant I do that, what happens? It goes into my Wikipedia, it just becomes, and I've already seen it, right? Like I did an interview yesterday. What's the first stupid question? It's about being trans. I'm doing Hill tomorrow. What are they inviting me on to talk about? Being trans, right?
Trans activism. No, there was
exactly what I wanted to avoid, right?
No, there was a few based insights that I really enjoyed. Yeah. So one of them that I think it is fairly obvious if you think about it, but a lot of people don't think about it, is it's kind of like a biographical piece, right? You kind of walk through childhood, teenage years, young adulthood, et cetera, et cetera. And one of the things that I noticed happened multiple times in childhood and adolescence was the fact that what you were was wrong to other people around you, and either intentionally or unintentionally they were giving you negative feedback about it. And so you kind of had to I guess mask would be a term, where you just had to pretend to be something you're not, so you didn't get treated socially ostracized. And I think that's something that a lot of people, including myself, take for granted. A lot of us deal with the awkward stages of teenagehood, but we're not treated like we're wrong. We're we're treated like we're awkward. And so, like, oh, you're figuring it out. You're figuring out how to be you, but you're on the right path. You're just being weird. Whereas I could only imagine like the pain of being treated like you were wrong.
That's right. No, it was exactly that. And, I talk about this in the video, like, my vocal inflections, like having to learn how to hide those, or, like for 2 years, I just put my hands behind my back every single time I talked, just to, so I wouldn't do stuff like this when I was talking, which, looks very gay.
Well, and kids are mean, and they're like incisive, and they'd be like, oh, nice hand gesture.
It's exactly what happened. It's exactly
and they would call you out and be aggressive and abrasive about it. And then the other thing that I really like that you actually just mentioned right now was not trying to let a facet of your identity become your entire identity. And I think that that I don't want to call it a problem, because different people deal with their issues differently. But the coolest trans people I know, they just happen to be trans.
That's right.
But they do other stuff, right? They play Warhammer, they play video games, they're a software engineer, they work, they're active in their community, they like to drink, they like to smoke, they like to party, they like to hang out with their friends, they have an extended social group, they're into art, they're doing this, they're doing that. They're fully fleshed out people
That's
who
right.
just happen to be trans. Whereas I think a lot of the people that are really like rude, abrasive, defensive, et cetera, they only have the identity. And so if anybody attacks that identity, they defend it as if it's an existential issue.
They don't have anything in their life. I mean, yeah, Connor, you know this. You're married. Like a
Mm.
marriage is a lot of like that takes your life. A career takes an entire like that takes some focus. I've got hobbies. I love my Porsches. I love pinball. Yeah, I love going and doing yoga class with the gals. I mean, I've got girlfriends. Like it's a full life full of stuff. And being trans is something, yeah, I went through and it was very difficult, but I never wanted it to be the focus. Yeah, so I will put the link in the show notes. I hope people will watch it. It's fairly emotional, I think I would say.
Mhm.
But you know, the entire reason I put this out here now is, you know, we've talked about this on the show some. I have extreme reservations about what is going on right now with trans activism. I'm just going to say this to you right now, Connor. I think some trans kids need help in childhood. I am 1000% convinced this is entirely overdiagnosed. Yeah, I was looking at my local Facebook group today, and there was a parent of an 8-year-old that was coming to the gay datum group, saying like, "Oh, I'm worried my child is non-binary." Right? I am deeply unsure that we're not like foisting some of these questions on children where they don't need to exist. No one needed to tell me that I felt like a girl growing up. I didn't need a book to figure that out. Like it was as normal as oxygen. So, what the reason I'm doing this now is I don't want to be a trans activist, but I have extreme reservations about this path that we're on. And I think we need some adults that will look at the science honestly and tell people what we know and what we don't know, and just engage with the argument on its merits rather than go to this
No,
purity left position. Does that make
I
sense to you?
not only does it make sense, I think it's something that I'm aligning with you, and I think
Yeah,
Twitch and YouTube politics is like a very it's obviously like a very progressive and or liberal space. So you swim in those waters at almost all times. But I would say when I first started out on Twitch and YouTube politics, it was like very taboo to question anything about non-binary, to question anything about people who didn't have gender dysphoria but identified as trans, et cetera, et cetera. And one of the things that I noticed about your story that I think it makes it categorically different, and I understand queer people, you know, using queer not as an insult, but just kind of as an umbrella category of people who are a little bit different. Queer people might have different experiences.
right,
And I think a child and teenager who is experiencing like persistent and aggressive and discombobulating gender dysphoria is different than somebody who just kind of like vaguely feels like they don't fit the
right,
stereotypes of their gender. And
right.
so as a result, if you're treating both of them the same, then it's gonna be like weird, and you're over identifying the problem and you're identifying it incorrectly.
No, that's 100% it, Connor. And you know, it's like I was talking to a really good friend of mine today. Like she transitioned at 29. She had a different pathology than I am for a very complex set of reasons. Like she has a different, like if you want to get really hardcore into trans pathology, she would be more of the AGP archetype that figured it out when she was 29 and transitioned then. And she needed some extra time to figure that out. Like this is not someone we need to be hunting for in childhood, if that makes sense to you. If you have a child that hits like and I'm specifically talking on an MTF child that hits 6 out of the 6 criteria for gender dysphoria, they've got a comorbidity like extreme social dysfunction, major depressive episode, attempts to hurt themselves like I did. This is a child that clearly needs some intervention. Symptomology drives treatment. So if you don't have a very extreme like symptomology, you don't need to be treated. And I think what has happened is the research for people like me that are very, very classical cases of gender dysphoria it's being conflated with non-binary, and it's being applied to
everyone who
FTMs.
has anyone who has any kind of gender incongruence, they're like, go down that path like immediately.
100%.
Yeah. And so actually a couple of people bring it up, so I want to bring it up as well.
Sure.
So Cancel the Communist said, I tried to watch a few Stitch and Adam streams, and good news, quote unquote, they're still the same way that I was being mean to them in the past. That's not good news, but I did want to say Stitch and Adam are the people who had this idea of back in the 90s and the thousands, and that's when I grew up. It became more normal for men and women to not fit within the stereotypes of their gender. Not every man had to be dipping tobacco chew, fist fighting people, driving a pickup truck, shooting machine guns, all that kind of stuff. You could be like a little bit of like a feminine, weirdo, artsy guy, and you were still considered a guy.
That's right.
And then same thing with women is like you could have masculine women and like butch lesbians or whatever. Sometimes they would be treated as one of the guys. And so I think that you know, the over prescription of gender identity and kind of the path that you went down, it will absorb some of those people who just don't fit the stereotype of a gender, but are still approximately the gender or sex that they were born as.
That's right.
And yeah. And so, and by the way, if anybody in our audience is a masculine woman or a feminine man, then good for you.
Sure.
Good for you. You're welcome here. Have fun.
But I feel like this is a really common misconception that people have about this. And I fully agree with you. Like metrosexual was a thing that came out. And I don't know why it's crazy, right? I don't know why more trans people can't just flat out say, like, look, transitioning is tough. It's hell on your body. It's expensive. There are massive downsides. Do not do this unless you really, 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 really,
I think it's because they just don't want to undermine anyone who's in a vulnerable position.
It's insane.
That's it.
It's insane. That's not informed consent. So, but you know what I was feeling, it wasn't like, oh my gosh, I would like to like draw Barbie comics, right? It was I fundamentally can't figure out my sexuality because I want to, like, I'm having crushes on boys, but this doesn't feel right. And I'm going through a depressive episode and I'm sitting there like depressed all the time about this stuff. Like I'm thinking stuff constantly that I just can't say. So, you know, like,
and I was going to say, I had anxieties when I was growing up about, you know, pimples, being gawky, you know, having awkward things with my body, all that kind of stuff. And those thoughts can be like really invasive. And so if you were, so you could be just sitting there doing your work, thinking about the cute girl in your class all of a sudden, and you're like, damn it, I have this pimple on my face that everyone can see, and it's angry and it's red, and I popped it and I look like an asshole and all that kind of stuff. And so I'm just imagining that like negative mental feedback loop, but probably times 10 and related to something that you can't control. And so I really sympathize with that, because I think a lot of young people, they at minimum, they deal with parallel anxieties, maybe not in the same intensity and not over the same things. But if those things were completely unsolvable, or like seem unsolvable, then I can imagine the psychological distress that causes people.
Yeah, it was really, really strong. So, you know, I mean, it's not normal for 5-year-olds to be trying to kill themselves. It's not normal for, you know, a 13-year-old to go get, you know, their dad's 38 and put it in their mouth and try to be pulling the trigger. It's not normal to do literally every drug you can get your hands on, because you cannot stop thinking about being a woman 24/7 and how you just feel gross all the time. You know, this is not a normal pathology. And yeah, not to get too into trans politics, but something I said in the video is, you know, I'm truly not sure if I'm a woman. Like, I think that's more of a philosophical question. Like, at what point does my social role as a woman, because, you know, I get called she, her, like it just never comes up. But, you know, at what point do you cross over? Because I am biologically male. That's just a fact. I don't have an answer for that. But what I can tell you is I would be dead today if I had not transitioned and I could not have functioned in life as a man. And
Well, in contra,
yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
well, I was going to say Contra actually had a really interesting video that I liked a lot, and it actually rolls into one of the questions that some of our audience members have in a second. But the what Contra said, which I like a lot,
Hmm.
is that some questions are meant to be resolved,
Yeah.
and some questions are meant to be dissolved.
Yeah.
And that is so interesting to me because oftentimes, we always want an answer, especially in like a post-enlightenment modernist society. We always want to know like exactly what something is and exact characteristics. We want the categories and all that kind of stuff. And then but the truth is that there's just some things in life that don't necessarily resolve and you can't figure them out. Like I would say religion or God or
Right.
examples of that. And so for you, when you ask that question, it's like, well, am I really a woman in this like, categorical sense? I don't know the answer to that. I know that technically I'm biologically male, but I fulfill the social role of a woman.
That's right.
I think at some point, if everyone in your life is treating you like a woman, if you're married to a man, if you're living a happy, healthy, successful life, who gives a shit?
That's right. That's how I feel about it. That's exactly it. Which is why I wish more trans
Which
people
is
could
more
just be
liberal or
honest
libertarian
about
of me to
this.
say, but
Yes. No, it's 100% true. But this is why, Connor, I hate this phrase out there when you have trans
mm,
activists and they'll say, trans women are women, just trans women are women automatically. And I feel like this is setting people up for so much failure because it's called transition because it's a process of learning things and changing. And if you declare success at the very, very beginning, you're setting yourself up for failure. And this, like, I hope I can say this, but like, there's
you
so
can say
much
whatever.
that's
This is our show. We can do whatever we want.
there's so much that's changed about trans culture. Let me give you a really concrete example, because I would imagine if you're out there looking at at the trans community, it probably seems a little unhealthy to you too at times. Something that happened when I was transitioning 20 years ago is they made you do RLE, real life experience. So before you could get surgery, you actually had to go out there and live for a year in your target gender. And you couldn't just sit in your house on Twitter. You actually had to have a job or be in school. The NHS particularly was really, really aggressive about this. So what has happened over the last 20 years is there was this really well thought out set of steps that you had to follow. It was called the Benjamins, and one led to the other. You had to do 3 months of therapy, and then 3 months of therapy, you could get a letter written, you could take it to a doctor and get on HRT. Then after HRT, after a while, you could do RLE. And like one step led to the next. It's this nice path that you're going down legally with incentives along the way to become socialized and to learn the stuff that you have to do, because it's really hard to change genders, right?
One of
And
the
yeah, oh,
one of the
just let me
most
finish this. Just let me
sure.
finish. And one of my really big criticisms of what has happened in the last 20 years and really in the last 5 is activists have destroyed that entire system. You, Connor, could walk into a Planned Parenthood today and get on estrogen and anti-androgens and start transitioning if you wanted to. And
Mhm.
I think this system is setting people up for failure. I think trans people deserve better than a medical system that won't do any screening to find out, like, hey, do you have these feelings because maybe you have raging alcoholism or you've got some comorbidity? Are you actually healthy enough to take these drugs? Like, I think trans people deserve a system that's going to set them up for success. Does that make sense to you?
Not only does it, but one of the most interesting things that I found through, but obviously trans issues are all the rage within the past 5 years because, gay marriage kind of resolved itself. But the very interesting thing was female to men, or however you want to categorize it, but women to men, trans
Sure.
folk. And so a lot of them, when you take testosterone for a healthy chunk of time, you look like a dude, right?
Yeah.
Like you
Yeah.
got a beard, you got
100%.
muscles, you can show up to work, you pass, you got a deep voice, et cetera, et cetera. So a lot of women who transition to men, they become passoids, but then they start dealing with all the issues that men have. And so they're like socially isolated. Nobody asks them how they're doing. It's harder to develop friend groups. It's hard to develop hobbies. It's hard to get people to notice or care if you're, in pain or in social pain or whatever. And when you kind of like complain about your situation, most people are going to tell you to suck it up.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of the funny things, you mentioned RLE, but I think that's one of the things that probably would help with gender desisters, I guess, or whatever,
Yes.
or people who desist, is you can have the fantasy of what being a woman is, 100%. And you can have the fantasy of what being a man is. But if you do some RLE, you're probably going to get some real checks on what life is going to be. Sorry, 10-second extra thing. Something that I heard too was that a lot of people think that once they solve their dysphoria, everything else is going to snap into place. And then one of the things that they're really disappointed with is once they, kind of quote unquote solve their dysphoria, or at least mitigate their dysphoria, they still have to deal with the rest of life.
That's right. That's right. And, this is where I don't think we're setting people up for success. And look, I'm in my 40s, and, I see a lot of these young trans girls out there, and they're just posting sexy pics all day long. I got one friend, like, she will not stop posting pictures of her penis for some reason. I don't understand. I don't understand how she has gender dysphoria. She's so proud of her penis. That's weird to me. But my point is, like, there's a whole lot of life after your 20s and your 30s. There just is. And do not do this thing if you can't really accept, like, if the thought of being an older woman is not really appealing to you, you're signing up for all of it. And for me, gendered experiences today, it's not lingerie up at the club uptown. It's going out to Starbucks with 4 girlfriends where I'm the only person there without children. And I will take that deal. Yeah.
No, that's a really interesting insight, because I think that getting older too. So we participate in a younger space. The Twitch and YouTube political debate space is people in their 20s and 30s.
Yeah.
And so I think what's interesting too is, I've been aging. I feel like the military aged me a little bit, but yeah, like back's messed up, neck's messed up. Well, my hair, it's still here, obviously. But my hair started thinning a year back. And I was like, oh shit. I look at my dad, I look at my father-in-law, I look at all that. And I'm like, oh shit. I'm about to do the real things that they're doing, which is being a 40 and 50-year-old man, which involves slowing down, metabolism not as strong, having to work out more, hair's thinning a little bit, easier to get a bubble gut, like all that kind of crap. And I was like, shit, is my youth already gone? And the truth is that life comes at you fast.
You just got too much testosterone, Connor. You can't help it.
I know. I have a 568 out of the upper end threshold is 600. So yeah, I'm a very manly man.
You have 568? That is insane. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Well,
my count was 50, just so you know. So.
Jesus. All right. Cool. Well, then, yeah, I have 10 times the testosterone is impressive.
Yes.
But I do want to,
before I transition, to be clear. So
yeah, I do want to roll through some of the comments, because I think the comments are related to what we've been talking about, and I do want to address them. So Short Fat Otaku, Dev, we both like Dev, even though we've been pissing off a lot of Dev's friends. Recent video on 2 Cutes was an interesting insight. The data even reflects this. The rise over the past decade or so was exponential, and intersectionality FTM overtook MTF, which is historically new. Yep. And the thing that I wanted to say about 2 Cutes, if I remember what the drama was about, it was
we should probably define 2 Cutes to the audience, actually.
Well, I don't know if my definition is, because the drama that I understand it, and guys, I promise we'll do the Russian Tenet stuff and the political debate. We're bantering. The 2 Cutes, there was 2 cis girls on Twitter who shoved fake junk into their pants, and then they started LARPing as trans girls and posting sexy pics or whatever, and a lot of people got super pissed off. So yeah, do you want to take it from there?
So, two cutes. There are two schisms of thought in the trans community. There are trans medicalists. I'm not 100% trans medicalist. I'm generally trans medicalist. And what that means is we believe that you need gender dysphoria in order to be trans. And we think that in order to alleviate that gender dysphoria is a medical process, right? So the two cutes are essentially the people that think, oh, you can just decide your gender every single day. It's not a medical issue. It's just a feeling. It's undiagnosable. It's kind of this create your own gender stuff is more on the too cute side. And Dev's entire video is going like, look, you guys are the ones that decided you can be trans no matter what you just however you feel on a day. It's essentially a costume. Like, these are your rules. Why are you mad at these two like biological women that are claiming to be trans? Like, it's the exact same game, and it's 1,000% true in my view.
A lot of people. So I know that this is a decade ago in internet timeline, which means that it was like 2 years ago in actual timeline. But 2 or 3 years ago when I first, actually it was like 2019, 2020, when I first came onto the debate scene, one of the things was self-ID was like really popular to argue about in the debate space. And what happened was everyone was pointing out the contradictions with self-ID. And of course, like, I identify as a TAC helicopter, or I identify as a deer, or I identify as this, or I identify as that. And you're bigoted for criticizing me. Now, most people were saying that to be smug and smartasses, but the jokes were pointing at the logical contradiction. And this is the result of that logical contradiction.
Yeah, no, I think that's exactly right. So how can you go through and fix this, right? I think it's really clear that we need to introduce some standards there. And I think it's in like trans people's best interest, right? Keep it medical. Like, I don't understand why anyone would want this condition. It's absolutely horrible. The treatment of it is horrible. Do you think I've enjoyed having my jaw taken apart? That is an extremely painful weekend, right? Like, they crack it open and they cut it in half and saw it back together with wire and then get bone putty on top of it. That's really painful, Connor. So, like,
and you shouldn't be just doing that for fun.
No, it's awful. So
yeah,
I don't.
Well, and then there are some people too. So this is not anything necessarily to do with trans folk, but this is something that I think is almost like a different pathology. There's body modders. There's people who become obsessed with like modification and plastic surgery and all that kind of stuff. And you can see that in the plastic surgery community where people just keep getting cut, keep getting cut, keep getting cut. And there's doctors who enable that kind of stuff. And they're not addressing a psychological issue. And as a result, they keep having elective cosmetic surgeries that frankly achieve worse results if you were going for like aesthetics. And that's where I think that if you just say, oh, well, it's up to the individual to make decisions or whatever, then there would be nothing wrong with body modders who go endlessly into the void with body modification. And there's nothing wrong with cosmetic surgery addicts who endlessly modify their bodies to the point that they're unrecognizable as human beings.
That's right. No, I think that's exactly dead on. So yeah, that is kind of the video that I did. I want to talk about where trans rights are going, because the self-ID stuff has some major consequences for.
Can you hold that for 30 seconds so I can catch up on the chat? Because
let's do chat and then we'll get into it. That sounds
okay.
Perfect.
Yeah, so Bud123, I didn't want to skip your comment. There's a statistic that most gender dysphoria in children desist during puberty is having kids transition before or putting them on puberty blockers block the desistance of such gender dysphoria. I'm going to say my answer real quick. My answer is, I don't know. I have to defer to the experts. And I think that Brianna's...
What is the question again? Can you repeat it?
So there's a statistic that most gender dysphoria in children desist during puberty is having kids transition before or putting them on puberty blockers block the desistance of such gender dysphoria. And so the argument, this was one of Jordan Peterson's peers in Canada allegedly studied this. Yeah. And then also Sitch from Sitch and Adam repeated this study to me, and I haven't read it myself. But basically the argument is that a lot of gender dysphoria is resolved through puberty. Yeah. And so you would have like 80% of people desist. But when you put people on puberty blockers, that actually like encourages transition because they don't go through the puberty that would
Yeah,
allow their dysphoria to desist. So
there's a
I
very
don't
strong
know how to
argument for
address
that.
that. So how would you
Okay,
address that?
let me go through this one at a time. That is directionally true, and there is some truth to that latter argument that prevents them from doing that. Though we don't have long-term studies on that, as I understand it. But Connor, here's really the problem with that. It's a data problem because we lump all these groups together all the time. Like I was looking at studies for non-binary people yesterday, and the data as far as like the data as far as non-binary they them person is mixed in with like a classical what we would call transsexual. So here you've got the MTFs cohort completely mixed with
Ooh.
the FTM cohort. And the
So if
truth
you
is,
eliminated the
well,
non-binary
that
cohort and the gender
part of the
dysphoria
problem.
cohort, then you might get clearer numbers.
Each of these are different populations because they have very different pathologies. The FTM cohort have the highest resistance rates. They're the overwhelming majority of it. What I mean by that is biological girls that decide they want to be boys have a sky high resistance rate for whatever reason. We also don't really know, but it looks at first blush from the studies that we've done that MTFs, if they basically have gender dysphoria before puberty and after it, they're basically going to have it for life. Though there's some ways of counting that we need to improve upon. So like I think like the big problem is just trying to we got to separate our patient cohorts. This is a really big mission. And on top of that, this is, and I know you'll agree with me, Connor, we've got to be honest with parents about what we know and what we don't know. And the truth is, every bit of this is understudied. We need a lot more research. We do know that for some kids that have extremely high symptomology, there's a good argument that this helps, but we don't know what the long-term effects are in a lot of cases, and we don't really know how to identify these children. So it seems to me that if we want to save trans healthcare, one of the first most important missions is to just be honest with parents that we don't know enough, right?
And I think there was some damage done in Twitch and YouTube politics, which I understand is like a subset of culture, and it's not the end all be all of political discussion happens on Twitch and YouTube politics. But I do think that there was some damage done within the past few years where I'm just going to say it. Vosh, Sanderhall, Demon Mama, they took a few studies and they said the science is settled. Everyone agrees with this. We all understand what's going on. This is the path forward, et cetera, et cetera. And then and some people question that and were, beaten down with, we have studies. This is understood. It is done. And then a year or 2 years later, you have the British National Health Service rolling back exactly the information that they were going with. They had I forget what it's called, but Chubb Logic mentioned
The
the
cash
cash
report.
report. They had the
I
cash
want to be
report.
clear because I think the reporting around the cash report has been very misleading. What it found, and this is the truth, is it found that
Not
there's
enough information.
that's exactly it, Connor, that there's not enough evidence to prohibit this, but there's not enough evidence to justify it. And that is the truth for parents. And we should say that to them.
But I understand the anxiety that induces in both populations because the progressives who want it desperately, they're like, no, we need the evidence in order to get what we want. And then I understand the conservatives too, where they're like, this proves everything I ever believed is correct. So I get that people are taking the lack of information and then using that as if it was evidence. But K-Soko has probably the most important question of the night, which is, what do you do with the CRT TV that's behind you? Do you have a console hooked up to it? Do you watch television programs? Is it your primary entertainment center? Is this an office in your space that you only use on occasion? What's the deal?
So this is a Sony PVM from the year, I believe, 1993. The advantage of a CRT is it has zero lag in it. So whatever the system is giving to it to show on screen, that all happens absolutely instantaneously. So the entire reason I have this is I'm one of the very fastest Super Mario Brothers 2 players in the entire world. I'm actually the second fastest Princess Peach Peach speedrunner at Super Mario
What?
Advance. So this is extremely advanced speedrunning equipment that I use.
Oh, seriously, I did not know
Yeah,
it was that advanced. That's cool though.
yeah.
What I'm
To
gonna
get the
do,
best technology, you have to go back to the 90s and
that's
find these things.
funny. No,
I
that's
drove 3 states over to a recycling junkyard to get this thing.
nice. Well, Christian Valeris actually asked for the video. I just linked it in chat. So if anybody is interested in opening up that link,
Yeah,
subscribing to Brianna Wu's personal channel, and then watching that video, do so at
yeah.
your
Leave
leisure. I
some
just
nice
posted it.
comments. Leave some nice comments.
Yeah. And then Heart Hearshot, excuse me, says, isn't that Taftaj's worldview? Well, whenever there's like a bad story about trans folk, Ava Chris Tyson did the weird crap that she did, or Demon Mama's partner did some weird creepy stuff, or this person or that person does some creepy stuff. I think that especially with conservatives, they can jump the gun and be like, oh, trans people are so evil, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I'm fortunate in that I know Taftaj, I know
I
you,
love her.
and so she's great, and so she says some wild shit on Twitter for sure, about like dissident right things and trans things and her own struggle with transitioning and all that kind of stuff, and she'll say some wild shit, but honestly, like, she is one of the most insightful people that I ever
Oh,
met
100%.
in politics, let alone a trans gal who talks about it.
But she's such
um,
a good example of someone that transitioned and didn't let it control their whole life. Like, yeah, Taftaj is like, she is so thoughtful when it comes to philosophy, or just as a friend. You can text her about stuff, and she is like, she's just a really good person, right?
mhm.
And I think,
Well,
like,
and being trans is a part of her life, not
right,
her whole life. And
that's
that's
right,
another thing that I love, is that she like reads dissident right-wing philosophy or history, or gets into debates with people, or does this or does that. She's always doing something, and it's not like, oh, I'm a trans gal that a lot of people think are cute, therefore trans. It's literally,
right.
I'm doing all this other crazy shit, and then I just happen to be a trans girl that people think is cute.
That's right. That's exactly it. And that's the way to go. So anyway, this entire video is, I feel really strongly that we need to get the entire movement back on course. I think it is long past time. Civil rights movement has to set priorities. And it is time to give up some, frankly, silly stuff. Like trans athletes. I'm really sorry if you're a trans athlete. This is a losing cause for us. The public is 100% against us. And if we continue down this path, I feel really strongly we are going to lose adult access to HRT. We don't need to be fighting that battle when you can, like, not get housing in many states if you're trans and can be discriminated against.
Yeah, and what's your priority?
Yeah,
Being able to run track or being able to get housing, right? Like,
100%. I
yeah.
love to run. I probably should go try to run the Boston Marathon at some point. But it's like, it introduces problems, right? And we should be honest about that. The problem, and Connor, I really want to talk about this for a second. This is coming back to the self-ID stuff. There was a lawsuit in California. And I promise everything is going to sound crazy, but I swear on a stack of Bibles, everything I'm about to say is true. So California passed a law, a well-meaning law, that you could, Connor, you could decide you were a woman tomorrow,
Mhm.
not be on hormones, not do anything, go down to the California DMV, fill out a form, and change your sex. Done. And what happens when that kicks in is, according to other California laws and regulations, you have the legal right to enter certain spaces. So, what someone who is a pervert, who had a paraphilia about showing his penis to women, used that law and then went over to a locker room and then started exposing that to women while he was erect, right? And this caused such a stir, and the club actually could not, like, do stuff about it because it was 100% legal. This self-ID stuff, it's not good for trans people to have people like that being able to drive a truck through our healthcare access and to damage our reputation. medical safeguarding and making a procedure to medically transition actually protects us. And this is where like the community has just lost their mind, respectfully.
Well, we talked to, I know people all are probably slathering at the mouth in order for us to talk shit about Tenant Media, and we will get there. But I do think that we do need to dedicate some nights to like a policy discussion. So for instance, like I think that you and I could probably design like the perfect centrist bill
100%.
that like, respects freedom and liberty and enables people to their maximum human happiness while still taking into account other people's concerns. And it's not going to be perfect. It's going to piss people off, but then you would actually have something concrete to point people to. And then same thing with guns. You and I could probably come to a bunch of compromises on what we need to do on guns. Of course, nobody is going to like pass the law based off of what we say. But I think that like, drama's fun. I love drama. And we should absolutely talk about it for the sake of metrics and donations. However, I also think that what is kind of missing from the politics space is grounding the conversation in actual, like, what can we do about our current world to improve it for everyone?
That's exactly right.
That's not always the focus of conversation.
Yeah.
But
just one more thing before we go on this. Connor, think about this. Really think about this. And I hope the audience will think about this. I want for you to imagine it is, God, what year did Christine Jorgensen, the first trans woman that got surgery, was that the 50s? Like, really
I would assume it was be the 50s or 60s.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how do you think trans people got the right to medically transition in the first place? Do you think it was a bunch of goddamn communists going down and screaming at lawmakers or at the top of their lungs? Or do you think it was like a thoughtful process based in the middle that listened to conservatives and listened to their needs and then took the medical needs of the community and like split the difference? What do you think that was? Do you think it was or do you think it was B?
Well, to be honest, here's my actual answer, because I think about this all the time.
Yeah.
I think that the activist groups who get pissed off, throw bricks, do Molotov cocktails, get into fights with cops, et cetera, they might be needed in order to drag attention to a issue, but they are not the people who can be writing policy, because a majority of their demands are insane. The people that are needed in order to craft policy and build a better society are the thoughtful, intelligent, compromising people who are willing to listen, have conversations, and then craft legislation.
Where are those people? I do think you need both. Where are those people?
No, they don't exist today.
I don't see them today.
They don't exist.
Do you know what happens to my reputation every time I open my mouth and advocate a middle point of view? I can't open up Blue Sky because my account has been labeled on Blue Sky transphobic for all these opinions that I'm giving you today. So,
transphobic, bigot, anti-trans activist, Brianna Wu. Yeah, absolutely.
I really want what's best for my sisters. And this is the truth. If some saner heads do not prevail and start talking to parents honestly about what we know and what we don't know, and we don't start pulling this policy back towards the center and introduce medical safeguarding in there for both, to avoid detransitioners and to stop perverts from getting into women's spaces, we're going to lose everything, Connor. And I feel very strongly about that. And that's the reason I made this video.
And I feel similarly on different things where, for instance, guns is one of the things that I'm most passionate about. And I saw Colion Noir, who's like a huge advocate in the gun community. And he was posting like, I don't know how I feel about this father in Georgia getting charged. Yeah. Now, there's steelmen to that argument. But for him, it's like, but to me, I'm like, have you lost your freaking mind? Like you are the person who is at the head of this community. You're setting the tone for tens of thousands of people, and you need to have an opinion on this. And frankly, the opinion needs to be, if you have a schizophrenic teenager and that person gets the FBI called on them, they get investigated by the FBI, and then you hand them a rifle for their birthday. Every round that's fired out of that rifle after that, that's on you as a parent. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's reasonable to most people who are outside of the hardcore gun community. But yeah, but sorry, let's catch up on chat. We've been running for about 53 minutes. We normally run for about 3 hours. I want to make sure that we have enough time to get to Tenet.
Could be a long show tonight, Connor. Could be very long.
So we can do whatever. However, I do want to live up to our title. So I would say we spend another 5 minutes on trans stuff, and then we move into Tenet. Okay. And I want to address some chats.
I will say, yeah, go ahead. You do the chats, and then I will say one last thing, and we'll move on.
Okay. So, and there's really 3. So just because GI, that's Qasim, he's a good friend, Sudanese friend. Contra definitely has the most thoughtful and interesting analysis of these trans issues. She moved me a lot on the subject. Yeah, Contra's great, and so is Qasim. Aircraft Sparky, I think this is fairly complimentary, said, I watched the video. I'm extremely more conservative than Connor. And I was like, good for Brianna. Live your life. You aren't hurting anyone. Glad you're happy. And again, like, that's the thing, is like, once you reach adulthood, how do we live together as a society, even if we disagree on the issue? Jimmy Bean says, I honestly wouldn't give 2 flying Fs about the T stuff, but they are using it to push the grounds on parental consent. And as a father, that's most important to me. And he also asked the question, remove the term gender from what? I don't know what I said, but if what I said was talking about the dissociation from gender and sex, I think it's useful to use sex as a descriptor of like biological reality, whereas gender is kind of like the offshooting of social expectations that's rooted in biology, but isn't a one-to-one. I think that's a useful differentiation. And sorry, this is a dono, and then we'll wrap it up. Slangy and Stu said, and thank you for the donation, by the way. Oh. Wouldn't it be reasonable if we just remove the term gender due to its conflation with sex and say there are many different personalities? No, I think what I just said is the most accurate. Sex is going to be related to your gametes, your large and small gametes in human biology, and there will be exceptions to the rules. Gender is the social expression that correlates with your small and large gametes, but it's not a one-to-one.
Okay, so very last thing I want to say, that was all very well said, is I want to force all of these trans girls that are under 25 off of social media, off of Twitter, off their Discord groups of talking to each other. Y'all are sitting in the bunker, smelling your own farts, and you are missing some really important stuff. I want to force all of them to go get just some cis girlfriends, because they are clearly missing some basic stuff with socialization about how girl communication goes. And I think nothing is more emblematic about this than the conversation about locker rooms. And Connor, I'm going to say this, it's probably going to get clipped, but it's still true, that if you do not understand in your bones on a fundamental level why a woman who is a stranger in a locker room would freak the frack out for seeing a penis in there, you are not a woman, or you need to be socialized. You've got some work to do, my friend. Like the fact that this even comes up is like the evidence that you don't need to be there. So it's so weird to see the community treating cis women as like this enemy. Because like for me, when I transitioned, I was like, any girlfriend that would take me out and go, this looks good on you, this doesn't, here's how you do this with your hair. Like that was a deeply treasured amount of help. So I think what's going on with a lot of these girls is they're just not being socialized.
Well, and I think that there will be people who take that hyper negatively and all that kind of stuff. But for me, it's fairly rational. And so what I would recommend is just like, so for instance, I'm assuming that no offense to President Sunday, but I'm assuming he would be like, oh, this makes, Brianna, a conservative, trans bigot, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm also sure there's people in the progressive sphere that would say that as well. But the thing is, I hear an addressing of you. You're a bad person for having these opinions. I don't necessarily hear an addressing of the opinion. And so that's what I would challenge those people to do is, go after the opinion, not the person.
Coexistence is about compromise in every step of the way. We have compromised. We've addressed people's safety. We've provided a system there to make sure that the freaks and the perverts are not in this cohort. And we've dismantled all of that. And it's why in the last 5 years, and it's why these problems are coming up. So I will leave it there. But again, Connor, the last thing on earth I want to be is a trans activist, but no one is hitting this stuff head on. And I don't see adults around when I look at
which is fine. The
yeah.
first thing I want to be is like a Republican, but Republicans make it impossible to be a Republican. So,
right.
you know, I'm with you there. Millionaire Bachelor says, let me join the debate. If you're serious about that and you're a millionaire and you're a bachelor, go ahead and DM us on Twitter or Discord or whatever, and we'll set something up. But this is kind of like a closed show, but we do welcome debates with folks who want to challenge us on our ideas.
We need to do an open debate night. Just stream it.
We can do a gauntlet. Hell yeah. I love it. But we did spend almost exactly an hour on trans stuff.
I didn't mean
sure
to
we will.
derail.
No, I'm okay, because honestly, digging into meaty topics, while I understand it's not the sexiest of topics for the Twitch and YouTube political sphere that is obsessed with drama, I do think that it actually needs to happen every now and then in order to get people's brains like unlocked from drama. But speaking of drama, the thing that happened last week that was all the rage in the Twitch and YouTube political sphere before the debate was Tenet Media, which was, it's actually a parent company. Tim Pool doesn't own it. He worked for it. The owners are Lauren Chen, who is a popular conservative media pundit who worked for, I believe, The Blaze and TPUSA. I think she has a 500,000 subscriber YouTube channel that was previously Roaming Millennial, now renamed to Lauren Chen. She was a quite popular pundit, but her and her husband started a business venture, and that business venture was infused with $10 million worth of cash. Now, the problem with the $10 million worth of cash is that it was from Russian foreign operatives interested in getting Russian propaganda into the American political sphere, since my understanding is Russia today was shut down. And so they used... what do you call it? The companies. They use shell companies to funnel money to Lauren Chen. She and her husband took $760,000. They were paying Dave Rubin and Tim Pool $400,000 a month. And then they were paying all the other contributors substantively less, but still decent sums of money. So that's kind of the story as it stands. Do you have any other details that you want to add?
Well, I just want, so I feel like moving into this, I think the thing that's going to get clipped is, Lauren Southern. I consider her a friend at this point. I think you consider her a friend too.
She is a great internet friend, and the problem with Lauren Southern is she's a believer.
Yes.
So she's not taking Russian dollars in order to say wild shit she doesn't believe.
We will get to this. I just want to do full disclosure before the topic starts. Like, audience, make up your mind. I'm telling you right now, I like Lauren a lot. I don't agree with her on a lot of stuff politically. She's got some views on race that make me uncomfortable when she voices them. And, also there's my history. I ran interference for Keffels for far too long. So I'm just going to be upfront about every bit of that history. But going into this, I just want to say, Lauren was here, not this last weekend, but the weekend before it. We shot a video. It's going to be coming out soon. And we had a really good time, actually. So...
No, she's a smart cookie. One of the things, my wife talks some smack because she viciously dislikes her politics, but the Lauren, the time, and Hearshot says Connor has the same views on race. I don't know. Lauren gets a little edgy sometimes.
You don't know.
Yeah. So Lauren, what's interesting about her is oftentimes when I deal with political pundits in the debate sphere or anything like that, what I will find is when I push them on their ideas, they will oftentimes either default to talking points or they'll just kind of like fall apart like wet tissue paper. Yep. The interesting thing about Lauren is when you press her, she will typically have like a pretty deep philosophical backing to what she's saying.
Yep.
And then if you press her on something that's weak, she will actually admit that it's weak. And then she'll be like, I need to go research that. I need to shore up that position, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes.
And those are the people that I like best when it comes to debates and conversations, because typically they not only do they have a grounded belief system in which they believe what they say, but they're actually inquisitive about the truth. And so they are capable of changing their opinions over time because they're more interested in truth than they are advancing their position.
Yes.
So that's my vibe.
No, Connor, 1,000,000,000% correct. Again, I don't want this to come out as Brianna Wu agrees with Lauren Southern's politics, because I don't. Although I'm sympathetic to some of her stuff. Like, I think people can have concerns if immigration is changing the nature of their communities. I think there's a healthy way to express that in an unhealthy, extremely racist way. And maybe Lauren is still figuring out those ratios sometimes. But I think it's a conversation that I think you can have. But at the same time, like, when you talk to Lauren, it is a thoughtful process that she's gone through to get there. She's a fundamentally honest actor. And that's why I think it's so sad that she has so many of the wrong opinions, because she's clearly doing her best. She's got an honest process, but we have to, accept her faults.
And also it's easy to forget that she is actually younger than us. And I think that the reason why it's easy to forget that is because she was wildly successful very early.
Yep.
She was wildly successful while she was young. She's had a huge impact on, internet politics for a long time. And also she's lived like a really hardcore life. Like, she's done on the ground documentary. She went to South Africa. She went to Turkey. She went to Europe. She did the Borderless documentary. She did the cop documentary. She did this, she did that. And so it's easy to think of her as a peer. And she is in a lot of ways. But I think she's still in her 20s. I think she might be in her mid to late 20s at this point.
I didn't ask her age. She's got great skin, I'll tell you that.
But so she's in her mid to late 20s. And so it's easy to forget that she was figuring out life while also having all of these really strong opinions on politics.
That's right.
And so I think one of the things, if you go watch Lauren's video on, I forget what it's called, but it's like The Whole Story or something like that, where she just kind of walks through her like personal evolution on political commentary, but also all the personalities that she worked with and kind of the skeletons in their closets that she bumped into. One of the things that was really interesting in that development is she had an issue where she had an ideology, like a giga conservative, distant right-wing ideology. And then the world and the pundits who aligned with her very much I would say disappointed her expectations for what she thought the world would be and what politics was. And so there was a moment of crisis where she had to figure out what's her ideological beliefs versus who are her peers versus what's the implementation of her ideas, and whether or not any of it is worth it at all, because she's paid a lot of very large personal consequences for her beliefs.
That's right.
So again,
and just if I can say something on that, I know this is going to upset people, but everyone in chat, I urge you, go read Lauren Southern's Wikipedia. Go look at it right now and ask yourself, understand the stuff that's being talked about there. She was 18, 19, 20 for all of it. This is when she was fighting with me during Gamergate and we hated each other. I was 34 at the time. This is her. She's
a 19-year-old Lauren Southern.
That's right.
Yeah.
So I urge you, go look at all the stuff there and ask yourself, it is a phenomenally negative article. And it is look at it, tell me if I'm wrong, but I think there's no attempt for any kind of neutrality in this article. It doesn't say stuff like Lauren Southern, a popular YouTube culture commentator. It is white supremacist this and Nazi adjacent that. So she's really, one of the things I talked to her about is really understanding how getting such a how having all these things about her has affected her life. And I'll let her tell her own story there. But I think it's really compelling. And I think it's I think this is an ethical question, Connor, is the person you are, if you find a ton of fame at 19, Should that set your trajectory for your entire life? Because the Lauren Southern I met 2 weeks ago was someone who loved or who seemed like a great parent and like truly a very thoughtful person. So I don't know. I think people should be allowed to change if that makes sense.
No, that all of that's true. I think one of the things that frustrated me when I was hanging out with her, because we hung out when we went to Baltimore in order to do the law enforcement documentary. I
Uh-huh.
think that she's always looking for the dissident perspective. And I'm not saying that's not valuable. Like especially in politics and political commentary or whatever, looking for the perspectives that are outside of the norm in order to try to understand what's going on is actually like a really valuable skill set. But I think that what that does is it kind of always sets her to sympathize with the people who are being pushed out. But
Yeah.
some of these people deserve to be pushed out. And that was one of the things that I don't want to say we butt heads on, but I kind of objected to. This is kind of like a joke, but like she wanted to like listen to like Serbian rock and roll, right? Like that was like popular during like the Kosovar wars or whatever.
Oh my
And I was like,
God.
Lauren, like I get it. You're shit posting. You're being an asshole. Like I get it. But like the Serbs were dicks and they did deserve to get their asses kicked by the Croats and by NATO. And like we didn't have
Right.
like an in-depth conversation about like Serbian nationalism or whatever. But I do think that because she swims in distant circles and like, they like to poke the eye of whoever is scolding them about their perspectives, it leads to like a reflexive contrarianism. So
I
so
fully
that
agree. And this is getting over to the Tenet stuff because there are multiple allegations here, right? And let me just kind of put the tiers as I see them, and you can tell
I
me
was
if
about to
this
say, so
seems
we kind of swept for Lauren, so now
yeah.
we have to address the
Well, I
rest of the
think we're
team.
giving some context about our feelings on that, right? I like
Yeah.
Lauren. Okay. So just know that as we're getting into this discussion. So you've got Lauren Chen. I've done Lauren Chen's show. And just for background here, when I did Lauren Chen's show, I aggressively argued with her in favor of supporting Ukraine, and she aggressively argued in favor of Russia. So don't think I'm like some pro Putin simp here. You can go find thousands of tweets that I've made. Slava Ukraini. That's how I feel on this. So you've got her indictment taking us $10 million. At the risk of burning a bridge here, I find this lawsuit very compelling. Obviously, no one is guilty until the verdict is read. But considering what is a 98% conviction rate, I find this to be a very, very compelling, lawsuit. So can we go one at a time? How do you feel
Mhm.
about the Lauren Chen allegations that are the
I
center of the
so
lawsuit?
so the only person that I have seen say that Lauren didn't know what she was doing was actual Justice Warrior. He is to my knowledge, he is personal friends with Lauren, so there might be a sympathy there that might extend past good faith. And I am going to probably eventually watch his video in order to like see if there's anything there to it.
Okay.
As far as but I'm with ya. Because as far as I've seen all the breakdowns of the indictments, all the documents presented, et cetera, what happened was two people approached Lauren Chen about setting up Tenet. They knew that the finances were a little weird. They created invoices for electronics that were never sold and delivered.
Yep.
They talked like Lauren and her husband talked about when they were receiving money from the Russians and all that kind of stuff. And they received the money from whatever you want to call it. I keep forgetting the word, even though it's important to the case. The shell companies. They were receiving money from shell companies. They didn't question that. And then they took their commissions and their bonuses unquestioningly and dispersed the funds to the other employees of Tenet unquestioningly.
Yeah.
And so for me, that takes a kind of like willful ignorance of the truth that goes beyond negligence and into you're doing something wrong. You're just like being willfully blind because you saw the dollar signs.
Yeah. So I think we have the exact same assessment there. I mean, I don't know about you.
She kind of knew what was up. She knew it was up.
someone was giving me $10 million, for me, like I run a PAC, right? I have a due diligence, like I don't have to do it with small dollar donations, but I've had people write me like really big checks for stuff, right? There's a process. Like, are they an American citizen, right? That's part of my fiduciary duty as, the executive director, and there's legal liability attached to that. So I'm fully on board with you right there, Connor. So I think like going one at a time, we can talk about this. Let's go to the next one. Tim Pool. My thought on what? Why are you laughing?
I'm so, you know what, and I doubt Tim would ever see this, but if Tim, if you see me laughing at this, I'm sorry, but it's very, very, very funny. The I just think it's funny that somebody approaches you, and so he described this to Ben Shapiro, and he was like, "Hey, we technically didn't need the money. We get a lot of really highball offers. We're a popular program."
Right.
These people offered to license our program for $400,000 a month. We technically didn't need the money. I know Lauren Chen. I liked Lauren Chen. I trusted Lauren Chen. And, as far as I knew, they were trying to build an alternative media channel. So while the money was insane, I don't think he said this, I'm reading into it. While the money was insane, I didn't care about whether or not they were getting their return on investment, because as far as I could tell, this Albert Bogosian or whatever, like fake entrepreneurial finance guy that was allegedly bankrolling it, maybe this guy was just like a multimillionaire or billionaire who didn't care about the money and kind of expected like an ROI down the line once Tenet was established.
Yeah.
And so I find that believable, but that rant where he's slamming his fist on the desk and he's saying Ukraine is the enemy of the United States of America, and we should cut all funding to Ukraine immediately, and we should get them to withdraw from Russia, and we should apologize to Russia. See, here's one of two things. He was either fed that line of argumentation, or he's such an asshole, moron, dipstick, contrarian dickwad that he just already believed that anyways, and it just happened to align with Russia.
Okay, so, and this is where I'm going to get yelled at. I generally agree with your assessment there. I do think that evidence of, well, I mean, let me ask you that. Like when I was running the Progressive Victory, the streamer team, I think you could tell the way I ran it, I was very, very careful to never suggest someone should say something that they don't believe in. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And the way I put that team together.
Oh, I'm sure they said the same thing too.
Sure. Well, no, but it's really true. I really did. I just, it's just not how I roll. But, like the mission there was to find people that believed in electoralism as an idea and to basically put them together into a team. So it wasn't really a stretch for me to go out there and find streamers that, were all generally progressive and all generally believed that participating in the electoral process was more effective than pouting and sitting home. Right. I didn't have to sit there and tell Wick to put out stuff, advocate.
This is what you're going to say.
This. I just hired people with those views already. And someone can look into this and correct me, but when I did Tim Pool's show, I'm about 90% sure that was before the Tenant deal was announced. And we argued for like 40 minutes on Ukraine policy and like foreign policy. It got really heated. I did not get the sense he was faking anything he believed there. So all I'm saying is if you're trying to make I think you can make an assessment. And I've seen Destiny do this, that the money was so stupidly high that it strains credulity to believe that he didn't know something was going on. I think that's compelling, and I think that's a due diligence issue. If you want to criticize him for that, I think that's fair. But as far as like him changing his views to be anti-Ukraine because of this Tenant deal, I think the fact that this was happening before that is very strong evidence against this, actually. Does that make sense?
Yes, and I agree. There's a little distinction here, and also I saw some liberal and progressive criticisms of Tim Pool and other alternative media pundits who got wrapped up in this,
Yeah,
and I think that those criticisms are going to stick. However, what you're saying rings true for me because American isolationism was already popular in certain parts of the right.
right,
Not spending money on foreign interventions was already popular with certain parts of the right, particularly libertarians. That
right.
was already popular. And Tim Pool, I'm not saying he is a libertarian, but because he was a liberal who then evolved into, I'm just going to be mean, a Trump sycophant, he had liberal instincts when it came to we're going to let everybody else do their thing. It's none of our business, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then also getting angry at, money just being dumped overseas. Right now, the thing that I think is true that you said, this is what happened with Lauren as well. When Ukraine first kicked off, yeah, I forget when the major invasion, I think somebody said it was like 2.5 years ago. I think I
Yeah,
heard that recently. 2.5 years ago, I think was before the Tenet deal. And Lauren and I got into a pretty heated argument in public, but also in DMs. And she wasn't saying Russia has the right to invade. Kremlin talking point one, Kremlin talking point two, Kremlin talking point three. What she was eviscerating, which I actually think was fairly truthful, was she was criticizing how pro-Western, pro-American propaganda was being used to gin up popular support in the West in order to support Ukraine. And some of the stories just weren't true. Like, I don't know if Snake Island was true, but Snake Island was popular at the time. The Ghost of Kiev was popular at the time, which, by the way, was partially true. But I knew it was war propaganda, but I was playing into it because I was playing into it earnestly because I believe that Ukraine had a right to defend itself. And so her criticisms could be viewed as pro-Russia because you're criticizing a pro-Ukraine narrative, but she believed that sincerely. And that was
yeah.
before the money.
Actually, can I add something to that, Connor? So
Sure.
I typically don't share private conversations, but I think here I'm trying to defend someone, so I don't think Lauren would mind. So I was in my kitchen 2 weeks ago when we were spending this day shooting, and Lauren just makes some offhanded, like I forget what policy we were talking about or something. But she makes some like remark about like the CIA being an instrument of American power to spread like authoritarian propaganda or something like to that remark. And it's just offhand. And I remember going in this moment like, my goodness, we have very different views about the American national security apparatus, right? Because
No,
I've
it's
been,
true. It's
you
true.
know,
No, that's actually one of the things. So people make this joke. It's a meme on Twitter, but and I actually want to shill before we continue. But it's like a soldier. It's like a soldier, a Wojak, and
yeah.
it's like, oh, a free press, the right to vote for everyone, and gay marriage. You're damn right. I'd kill for this country, and that's like. And that's kind of the thing is like, I actually think the American Republic is based. I actually
Yeah.
think that the Civil War on behalf of the Union and freeing slaves was based. I
Well,
think
yeah.
that American intervention in World War I and World War II, while very costly in lives and treasure, were likely noble causes with respect to history. And even anti-communism and anti-leftism, while it's a pretty dark chapter in American foreign intervention, I still think that, the Joe Biden quote, don't compare me to the almighty, compare me to the alternative. And if I
Alternative. Yeah.
compare secular Western liberal democracies with mixed economy capitalism compared to authoritarian communism, I still think we come out ahead by leagues and bounds.
A hundred
So
percent. And with Lauren, my point to all of that is, yeah, there were no cameras in the kitchen running. There was no like reporter sitting there. It was just Lauren being like the
she
troll that she is.
But
And
she has trauma. I'm going to tell you right now. She has
oh,
trauma
sure,
from Australia fucking with her visa, Canada fucking
she
with her
does, she
visa,
does, she does.
UK fucking with her visa, and it
Sure,
being during times where she was having her kid, she was
of
getting
course she does.
married,
Of
her
course she
husband was
does.
moving, and what was the other thing? Like some members of her family passed, and so like I think that her we're American, so we
Yeah,
can say wild shit and just travel the world, right? Like
Yeah.
literally, I make explosive. No, I don't make explosives. I bought explosive bullets that are ATF legal, and I created a science fiction firearm. And I am meeting with a federal administration on Friday so they can give me a license to make more of it.
Oh my
That is
God.
how free the United States of America
Hell yeah.
is.
Hell yeah.
Whereas Lauren Southern said some race realist shit 5 or 10 years ago, and
When
now
she was
she's on
19.
like and now she's on a terrorist watch list. So I understand that she might be a little bit more sensitive, but she's also a Commonwealther. She's not an American.
That's right. But my point with all of this story is, you know, like Lauren is like, she was genuinely giving her worldview. And I think you're really foolish if you think, like, I said this in my tweet, if you think you could control Lauren about anything she says, you couldn't. I couldn't give her $1 million to say anything, right? She is
I guarantee you, if you
uncontrollable.
tried to,
Oh
she
my God.
would butt
make
down in the
9
opposite
million.
direction.
Yes, she'd
Yeah, she'd be like, "Oh, you're trying to give me $1 million? You're trying to give me $1 million? I need to research. Yeah, I need to
Yes.
research what's going on here. Why
Yes.
are you trying to give me money?"
Yes.
Yeah.
So hold
Whereas,
on, we just finished. So
Sure.
like what I'm saying is like this idea that I've seen in progressive media, right, with reporters that I know writing about this, is that Lauren was out there and took cash from Russia to espouse these views. And
To
I
pair
gotta
it.
tell you, if you think Lauren would do that, you don't know Lauren. It would not work.
She'd do it for free.
She hates government power. So if a government were trying to tell her what to do, she'd become the most cowboy, American flag waving, like anti-Russian.
That's what we need to do, isn't it? We need to push her to be even more dissident right wing, so she jumps to being a centrist. That's what we need to do. So but all right, on memes aside, so when it comes to Tim Pool, so Lauren, I think we both understand that even when she's saying wild shit, she's being earnest.
Yes.
When it comes to Tim, he didn't look at the money. He was probably saying things that he believed. However, I think that what you spoke of earlier with Progressive Victory and kind of being like, I found people who already aligned with me. And
That's
then I
right.
just said like, whatever, like, hey, we're going to work together in order to achieve this ostensible goal, et cetera, et cetera. I almost guarantee you that's kind of what happened with the remainder people like Benny Johnson, Dave Rubin, et cetera, et cetera.
Of course.
Now, what those conversations probably were, though, was, hey, our funder really thinks that the war in Ukraine and Russia is unfair. He feels like the American people are being sold a bill of goods, that it's being used as a money laundering scheme by the federal government in order to line their own pockets, that this is killing Ukrainians and Russians needlessly. Hundreds of thousands of young men are dying in the mud of, Ukraine. And realistically, this is partially or substantively the West's fault for trying to expand NATO and for trying to expand their sphere of influence into Russia's backyard. Of course, Russia was going to do that. And if you were a libertarian isolationist, you might already believe like 70% or 80% of that. And then if you're getting $400,000 a month, you're going to be like, well, I believe that anyway. So I'm just going to hit these points really hard.
Right.
And so I'm sure that's what happened. And it wasn't as malevolent as a lot of people want to say. But I do think that so somebody was asking, who do you think is honest in this sphere? So I think Lauren is honest.
Yeah.
I think Tim Pool is audience captured and self-delusional. I think Benny Johnson, I'm just going off of vibes. I'm not saying that, just going off of vibes. I think Benny Johnson is a conservative propagandist. So he will say whatever is beneficial to his team and whatever is negative for the other team. And then I think Dave Rubin, I'm just going to be a little mean. I think he's a moron. And I think they handed him the talking points and he's like, I'm going to go wild with this shit because I love this money. And that's what he did. He just went wild. That's all that happened. So, sorry, quick show.
Assessment of Dave Rubin. Oh, go ahead.
Okay, quick shell. So we've had roughly 50 to 70 people with us the entire night. Thank you for everyone who's hung out with us. Be sure to like the stream. That way other people know that we're live. It does help in the algorithm and it helps more people come in and have fun with us. If you're engaging in the chat, thank you. We will be addressing more comments as we go on. We're just very animated. There's a lot of stuff going on tonight.
It was a busy week. Yeah.
It was a very busy week. So sorry, real quick. So if you're on YouTube, like the stream. If you're not a subscriber, become a subscriber. If you're not a YouTube member, become a YouTube member. And if you have super chats, if you got money burning a hole in your pocket, if you're a millionaire bachelor like that guy who was in our chat earlier, you want to give us $400,000 in a month in order to get us to shill for millionaire bachelorism or something like that, feel free to do so. But we will, if you're Canadian or Russian, we will report it to FARA. And then if you're on Twitch, same thing. I think it's follow and become a subscriber if you're not already. And that's the end of my shill. Sorry, you were saying.
So, okay. So I'm with you. I don't know Benny, what's his name's work enough.
Benny Johnson, like, he's just like a TikTok. He's like a TikTok commentary person.
No, I know him. I've seen Destiny debate him. He seems to strike me as remarkably intellectually dishonest. So that's there. Dave Rubin, I agree with you. He's stupid. This is, in all honesty, and again, this is going to get me a ton of shit from the left, but this was my experience going and doing Tim Pool's show. So one of the people I worked with a lot in doing that hit was Lisa Elizabeth. I don't agree with Lisa on anything. She's got some views on trans people that kind of make me uncomfortable. She's a rock-ribbed Republican, and she's very anti-American intervention. But I also know her enough to know she is someone with 10 out of 10 integrity that has an honest thought process and genuinely loves the country. And you can hate me for thinking that, but I think Lisa really loves her country a lot, and I respect her for that. What I saw with Tim Pool's staff was giving a ton of jobs to veterans and people that were just looking for a leg up, and Tim Pool paying them very, very well. I got chauffeured all around West Virginia in a very nice car by a former vet that came home, and we sat there and talked about national security a ton. He's a completely lovely person. Tim Pool as a human being is remarkably fun to hang out with. I sat downstairs after we recorded. I lost $100 in poker. I had a great time. Everyone treated me with respect. There were no politics. It was a great time. And as we were recording the show, like, I didn't feel like I was talking to someone that was pretending to believe something that they fundamentally didn't believe. So I wanted to be really clear here. Like, I think Tim Pool I think he's a little conspiratorial. I think he doesn't really do enough of a fact-checking process. And I think the conclusions he comes to are wrong and generally hurt the country. But do I personally believe that Tim Pool would go take money from Russians deliberately to sabotage this country? I actually don't. And, hopefully this should be a wake-up call for everyone here in this space that, foreign interference is a real problem. And if you're getting money, I don't care if you are a Free Palestine Hamas person, you need to check out where that's coming from. And if you're anti-Ukraine, you really need to do some due diligence too, because America has enemies.
But that's there's a consequence. There's the people, and I think we talked about the people.
Sure.
And so far, I think that we both agree or believe, based off of the information that's currently available, Lauren Chen and her husband likely knew what they were doing, guilty. And therefore, probably guilty. The remainder of the people, they likely had views that already aligned with Russian interest, and so getting a few suggestions a few times a week or once a month or whatever was enough for them to take the ball and run with it, and then they just didn't ask about the money. I think that's probably true. But I do like the consequence. Yeah. So the consequence of this is that alternative media has been billing itself for a long time as more authentic, more honest, less likely to be bought out by special interests, less likely to be this, less likely to be that. And while I think that, Tim Pool or Lauren or whatever, they could defend themselves as independent thinkers with their own philosophy, I think this kind of proves that we are all susceptible to the same money and political and influence games and nepotism and cronyism that the rest of the world and legacy media is involved in.
I think that's really well said. Check it out. Due diligence is a real thing. And like, I'm sure you and I very strongly agree, Tim Pool should have done a lot more due diligence with this entire deal. That, in my mind, though, I've really got to say this. I think Tim Pool is a victim of Lauren Chen not being direct with him about where that money was coming from. If she knew that and hid it from him and wasn't upfront about that, to me, that was introducing legal risk into and reputational risk for him that he wasn't aware that he was taking on. That's going to affect his bottom line. So, yeah, from what I've seen, I think there's a way to look at this where, yes, he should have done due diligence. He's getting paid way too much. Destiny has a great video out there really breaking down the money. It was such a stupid amount of money. Flags should have gone off. But at the same time, I also think that it seems to me he's also a victim of partnering with someone that wasn't forthcoming about where the money was coming from when that was a major factor.
Now, that being said, if anyone in the audience wants to give me $400,000 a month in order to support Ukraine or Israel, in their geopolitical fights, and we'll you can send me a spreadsheet of an American financier who's a multi-millionaire he really loves the content on CounterFire and he really wants to fund us. I will go ahead and accept a photoshopped sheet of that person's biography with no Google research. I won't Wikipedia them. We'll just, maybe you won't. I will.
I don't think you would, Connor.
I know. I would probably Wikipedia them. But so sorry, I want to address some chat, and then we'll probably still have a little bit more to say on Tenet, and then I do want to get into the debate as well. And we can watch it. But if you also just want to kind of like summarize it too, I think
why don't we just talk about it and then maybe we'll look at some clips or something.
Yeah, so Jimmy Bean says, I'm Team America, but I've watched a lot of this Tenet crap, so the Russians have plugged a lot of Russian travel vlogs on my For You section, and now I want to visit the place, lol. Here's the thing. I actually, especially before the war, I have a lot of respect for Russia as a geopolitical ally. Learning about Russian history, learning about Russian history is wildly interesting. Oh, yeah. So, sorry, I don't want to rant your ear off too much, but when it comes to Russia, the Byzantine Empire, the Eastern Roman Empire, when they got raided by the Ottoman Turks, a lot of their nobility escaped into Russia. And so part of the reason why the Eastern Orthodox Church has so much influence in Russia and in Eastern Europe is because those were the people who fled the collapsing Eastern Roman Empire. And the Tsar, the term Tsar, is actually Caesar. It's Russian Caesar. So basically they have like a Roman history that stretches all the way back. And then if you look at their geography, a lot of the violence that the state violence in Russia, not a lot of people, but some people ascribe to their geography because it's very wide, but it's also very sparsely populated with a few huge population centers. And so in order to keep everybody in line, it's kind of hypothesized that you have to have like a terrible authoritarian group because everyone is so far away from each other, but they're still a single political entity. So if you look at the intrigues of medieval Russia, it is oftentimes them vacillating between European cultural influence and their nationalist cultural influence. I'll shut up there. But the truth is Russia
is really like interesting. Yeah.
Well, yeah. So what happened was the vacillation between European and nationalist influence through the late Middle Ages. It caused a lot of internal political strife. And so what happened is, similar to France, they had people who only wanted to maintain like the feudal system that they had and the monarchy and all that kind of stuff. And then you had a lot of really pissed off revolutionaries who wanted to overthrow the system. And so once they overthrew the system, they thought that they were going to create like a new utopia, but then they ended up implementing all of the authoritarian criticisms that they had of the monarchy. And Russia was so backwards economically that a lot of the economic boons that the Soviet Union implemented that modern communists like to claim credit for, it was basically inevitable that they were going to advance technologically because the rest of the world had advanced technologically past them so much. They were living in in like the 1800s and 1900s, before the revolution, they were living in what was essentially like a European middle-aged feudal society.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That is, I mean,
I got like another 10 minutes in the tank, but I'll shut up
well,
for now.
It explains the nihilism. It explains War and Peace, I guess. It explains the Devastation movie, I guess, from the 90s.
It does. Yeah. No, it does. And that's kind of the beautiful thing is once you understand the precariousness of Russia's geopolitical position, you can kind of understand why they do what they do, because they are simultaneously like mountain frozen warriors who have dominated their sphere of influence for centuries, but then they are also geopolitically precarious potential victims of European and Asian aggression. And so it's this dichotomy where they're like a very tough warrior people, but because of their physical location, they're always anxious about the next invasion.
Yep. Okay. So why, remind me, why did we go down the Russia hole? Oh, the nihilism that explains their politics and why they would be doing this.
Well, and also Jimmy Bean wanted to visit Russia, and I said as soon as it goes peacetime, you should probably visit Russia as long as you don't get kidnapped.
Oh, I'm never going to Russia ever.
I'll go to Western Ukraine. 1,000%. As far as I'll go is Western Ukraine.
They've already, I don't know if you saw a story when I ran for Congress, they already tried to hack my email. I had to get the FBI involved. It was a real mess. But no, what I was going to say is, I think of Russia as just a gas station with nukes. So maybe different perspective there, Connor. We can agree to disagree.
No, I think that is also an accurate assessment. That's the great thing about it. It's a multifaceted culture. But Aircraft Sparky asks, are we still on for debating foreign policy this Saturday? So unfortunately, Sparky, I am going to have to push back a week. I remember that there was something I had to do on Saturday night, and it was the debate with you. But Saturday is not my eldest son's actual birthday, but it's the Saturday closest to his birthday. And therefore, I am going to be eating Oreo cake, carrot cake, cupcakes, and doing karate and eating pizza.
That's so sweet, Connor. How old is he?
He'll be 7 this year.
Oh,
it's magic. It's magical times. Christian Blair says at CounterFire, a lot of that has changed thanks to F's like Jack Posobiec and other actually think Putin is base for the anti-LGBT, anti-progressive shtick. So one of the things that I thought was really interesting was Russia released another really masculine military recruitment ad where they were making fun of all people Hassan Piker.
Yes.
And I was like, this is a terrible pitch. Like, I love being a masculine man, but if you were like, hey, do you want to hang out in a city and date girls and live stream and scroll on your cell phone? Or do you want to be in a trench in Eastern Ukraine getting killed by drones? And I was like, I think I would rather be in the city scrolling on my phone rather than getting murdered by drones. But Russia...
the subtext there was really...
terrible sales pitch.
Do you want to be a filthy homosexual or do you want to go die for Putin? I mean, that was the subtext of that.
And I was like, why are these the only two options?
Yes.
I got to be a homosexual or I have to die in a Ukrainian trench. That is brutal options.
Well, you know what I would pick, so...
Yeah, So Mr. Boombastic says the Tiananmen Square protesters had a model of the Statue of Liberty. Maybe the West is only pretending to be free, but it's still worth something. I don't buy into the libertarian shtick that we're actually in like a secret surveillance police state. Again, I will be having federal officers over to my home. I don't think they're going to shoot my dogs, and they are actually going to give me a permit to sell, insane firearms. So like I am very whatever this freedom is. I will take it over Chinese authoritarian communism or Soviet communism every single day. Alice McGee says, hi, all just jumped in. What are we discussing? Well, we were discussing, kind of trans issues for the first hour. Now we're kind of into Tenet media and Russian influence in alternative media in the United States. And we're going to discuss the debate shortly. I'm only going to answer questions that say at Counterpoints because otherwise we're going to be here all night.
Yeah. Thanks for all the chat, though.
Yes, chat is having a lot of fun. So again, shill time before we move, and we can still talk about Tenet a little bit more, but I do want to talk about the debate as well. Shill time real quick. If you're on YouTube, like the stream. That way more people know that we're live. Go ahead and become a subscriber if you're not a subscriber. Become a YouTube member if you want to become a YouTube member. On Twitch, follow if you're not following already, and become a Twitch subscriber. Super chats are appreciated but not required. You guys having a lot of fun in the chat is very entertaining to us.
Yes.
So what else do you want to say about Tenet before maybe we get into the debate?
Well, I think we've gone through and I've probably given an overly generous perspective on all of this. I just want to say, like, blanket statement. Obviously, if new information comes out on all of this, we find out that Lauren's been taking, rubles in the background. Yeah, I will be the first person to throw her under the bus aggressively. We will blast her on this show. So, as always, new information will change our minds because.
Well, Lauren sent me a very, very funny text message where she was like, "Son of a bitch, I was getting nowhere near as much money as everyone else."
I didn't want to share that, but yeah,
I'm sure she was joking. I'm sure she was joking, and but she wasn't getting rich. Is the point? She's not a multimillionaire off of Russian dollars.
No.
So, anyways, I'm happy to discuss the debate if you're ready to go.
Let's get into it, man.
Okay. So I and my wife, we were both very anxious going into the debate.
Yes.
Reason being is obviously with Biden, we thought we were going to be able to cope and wagon him all the way up to the election. Woo. That didn't work out. That first debate was really tough.
Oh.
I actually thought that the Biden team was going to force us to run him against Trump, and it would really just come down to policy, I guess, policy preference. I'm happy that Harris stepped in, and there was a lot of anxiety because she wasn't doing a lot of press before the debate. They were talking about her debate prep, and it seemed like she was taking it very seriously, but I just didn't know if she was going to crack under pressure. And the truth is, she did not.
No.
She baited Trump. She didn't take his bait. She joked. She was loose. She had fun. She talked about policy. That's my vibe. What's your vibe?
I pretty much the same. We've got to explore some topics where we disagree on the show at some point. No, I thought that was really it. I thought she was so brilliant at, like, she got in troll mode, Connor. Like, she rolled in there and started hitting him on his crowd size and talking about how people are leaving your rallies. And I'm like, oh my goodness, that is a really aggressive thing to say.
Well, we have an objection.
Trump. Yes.
We have an objection in the chat already. So I'm not sure where I said policy, but Cacophony says, what policy? And I would say the ones that stuck with me, because I've been paying attention to Harris Media, was the main one was, or that she keeps hitting over and over again, which I think is actually good buzzwords, is she wants to create an opportunity economy, meaning that more people have access to the ladders in order to create their wealth. They're gonna make it more simple to get, small business loans under $50,000. They're gonna give $25,000 down payments or tax breaks or whatever for first-time homeowners. They're going to, try to enable the middle class in order to succeed, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah. You can still think that these are vapid. You can think that these are non-specific, but those are the ones that I remember off the top of my head.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense.
Sorry, real quick.
Go ahead.
I'm getting one guide, but Cacophonies in the debate, she did say these policies during the debate.
Yes. In fact, if you remember when she opened it up, she started going into a ton, like a laundry list of policies. And I was sitting there at the beginning of it, and I'm going, oh my goodness, Kamala Harris, don't do this. Like, he's going to talk in fourth grade words. Don't sit there and, like, go through, I'm going to blah, 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 and enact this. Like, she just gave a long list of what she's going to do for inflation and starting businesses and homes and all of that. So, I mean, I think if you're trying to claim that she didn't have policy she was advocating, I think that's actually a really difficult position to justify.
I wonder. I was thinking, so I was just going to talk and go off of vibes, but I wouldn't mind, especially if we're getting pushback in chat. I wouldn't mind watching.
Let's do it. Let's see
Because
the opening.
yeah, because technically we normally run about 3 hours anyways. We have like an hour and 12 minutes for that time frame. I'm not saying that we're going to get through all of it, and like we don't have to hang up immediately at 3 hours. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I do think that some conservatives are going to read what Kamala and Trump say differently than the way that we read the situation. And I would actually be really interested in getting live pushback from chat if they don't like our read of what is being said.
Let's do it.
Okay, I'm excited. This will be...
Are you ready to fight, Chad? We're going to get into it.
Yeah, cacophonies. I don't know if you had anything planned tonight, but you don't anymore.
Let's go, buddy.
You have to stay here, and if you're acting incredulous to our assessment, you have to give us feedback.
That's right.
Substantiate
your claim. Substantiate.
Yeah. So any, obviously, like liberals, progressives, whoever's hanging out in our chat, we don't care. Like we'll address as many people as we possibly can. But particularly if you're conservative and you don't like Harris's performance last night, we would love to hear your criticisms. Yeah. Can everybody hear?
I can't. Still can't.
Which is smart.
Still cannot.
Video has no sound. Then let me remove it. I'm going to remove it completely. I'm going to share it again. We're going to share screen. I'm going to share screen. I'm going to go to the entire screen, and I'm going to turn on the audio. For that one, share. Got it. Add to stage. It should work now. If it doesn't work, let me know.
President Donald Trump.
It's working.
This is a move.
I love this. I love this.
Great to see you. Have fun.
Thank you.
Welcome.
What a boss. Look at that swagger. Holy crap.
So y'all, people can get pissed if they want, but she crossed across the debate stage, left her safe space of her podium, shook his hand, and introduced herself, because I don't know if you guys know this, they've never met in person. They've been talking smack about each other for months or for years, but I think that they were supposed to meet at the inauguration. Trump didn't go to the inauguration. And then also at other events or whatever, like they never went face to face. So she actually went to introduce herself in order to be like tactful, intelligent, showing presence, et cetera, et cetera. And believe it or not, they were in New York for the 9/11 memorial. They shook hands and greeted each other again. And I think Trump read that not as I'm entering your space to disrespect you. He read that as like, you're talking a lot of shit about me, but at least you had the balls to come shake my hand, which right. I think is brilliant.
How about it? I mean, even beyond the tactics of it, I think what I really love about this is she's like crossing over into a space to like have a moment of civility. And I think there's some value for that. I think like one of her biggest tactical weapons, in my view, is just the ability to be nice and civil with people. And I thought it was sweet, and I thought it was a power move. That's kind of my estimation.
Same. Caratoni asked if I'm getting Soros bucks. Not yet. Working on it. So, he hasn't read my email yet.
It's wonderful to have you. It's an honor to have you both here tonight.
Good evening. We are looking forward to a spirited and thoughtful debate. So
let's get started. I want to begin tonight with the issue that voters repeatedly say is their number one issue, and that is the economy and the cost of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were elected 4 years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid, and I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing, and the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children. My passion, one of them, is small businesses. My mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses. My plan is to give a $50,000 tax deduction to start up small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump's sales tax, which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
All right.
Okay. Yeah, you go. I wrote it down, so I have my notes.
Well, it's like, we'll go through it. She's talking about opportunity zone. She's talking a very specific policy with this, with the $50,000 to start your own business. And she had a bunch of like politician words in the middle there. She was talking about addressing inflation. I mean, it seems to me she's leading with something. And as she's saying it, Connor, I'm going, wow, maybe I should start like, I pay over $50,000 in taxes. Maybe Connor and I should start a business.
Yeah, maybe we should start a science fiction weapons business. Yeah, absolutely.
Let's get Kamala elected, and then I'll get that sweet tax credit, baby.
Okay, well, as long as she doesn't pass the assault weapons ban, we'll be fine. So, okay, so there's a concession that I want to make to Kamala's critics, but I also want to point out what you might not want to take on. Okay, so the question from the moderator was, are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? And she didn't answer that question. She went into policy. What I would say is, this is fairly common for politicians to avoid the specific question and to more talk in like about the things around the question, especially if the question is difficult. I think what most people would say is that, or what I would say, is that Trump presided over a good economy for about 2.5 years of his presidency. COVID came out and annihilated that. Yeah. And a lot of people stayed home. A lot of people were locked down. He had waffly policy throughout that. And on top of that, he signed off on the first round and maybe even the second round, but he signed off on the stimulus checks that helped exacerbate inflation. My understanding of inflation is that if you have decreased economic output and you have increased money in circulation, you are going to have inflation. That's my understanding of it. I know it's more complicated than that.
That's the gist of it. Yeah.
So if Kamala was to answer this in earnest, addressing the moderator's questions, then I think she would go on. Biden and our administration inherited that mess from the Trump administration. We had to continue with that for another 2 years. Inflation and supply chain issues have persisted, and that sucks. And we know that the middle class and working class has gotten its ass kicked, but we have tried to fine tune money supply and interest rates exactly so that people can continue to survive and thrive. And we actually feel like the economy is on the right track at this point, and we want to build on that success. If she was addressing it straightforward, that would have been the straightforward answer.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think, I'm sure we'll get into this as we get later into it, and I'd love to know your opinion on this. One of my big criticisms of Kamala Harris is I think she lapses very easily into a lot of politician words. Like, I'm sure everyone's seen her like clip out there of "we will undo what has been done before" or something like that.
What's been unburdened by the past or whatever.
Unburdened by what has
Well,
been.
what's possible, unburdened by
Yes.
what has been.
And it's like she does this so often, and I think that's what was very weak about the beginning of it. So I
Mhm.
agree with you. There was a lot of tergiversation and not really leaping on top of that.
Yeah, and then so addressing what was said though. So I want to create an opportunity economy. I understand that. I'm primarily addressing cacophonies, but I know there's other critics in the chat. So if other people want to throw out your criticisms, do so. But I want to create an opportunity economy. That tells me that, like, you know, we want as many people as possible to have access to the American dream and social mobility, et cetera, et cetera. And there were specific policies. So she didn't mention the specific dollar amount, but she did say that she wanted to make homeownership easier. The way that she wanted to do that was with a $25,000, I think it was $25,000, tax break or subsidy for first-time home owners. The reason why I don't like this policy as a Republican is that we already have plenty of demand. We have an issue with supply. So I would rather hear about supply than increasing demand. But I do understand that an intelligent rebuttal to my criticism would be, well, we're not just talking about demand, we're talking about targeting demand to families who need their first home. Therefore, we're shaping the economy. Yeah, sure, we're creating more demand, which could be bad, but we're also making sure that the demand is going to the people who need it most. I would accept that as a decent counter statement.
I guess I think this entire policy is very flawed.
Yeah.
And if I were running this entire thing, it seems to me that focusing on the supply problem is the core issue at hand here. So, like, here,
I think that would win over more Republicans, by the way, if she focused on the supply issue.
100%. Like, the luxury housing of today is the cheap housing of tomorrow. We just need to build. Like, all she's going to, like, let me tell you how I bought my house here in Massachusetts. Is if I'd wanted to live in somewhere like Brookline, for instance, we moved out to Dedham. I love Dedham. I'm very proud to live here. But if I'd wanted to buy a house in Brookline, I would have gone there and would have made an offer. And then on top of that, I would have had to say, hey, seller of the house, I will give you $30,000 or $40,000 in cash that's over market, so you can sell it to me because I know you're gonna have 20 other offers on this home and you can take it from the person that you want. That's just how it works in Massachusetts. So, like,
That's
what
brutal.
what I see is going to happen with this, like, it's great you can get a down payment and can get a program for that, but like, it's all, I think it's just going to cause the prices to skyrocket even higher, right? And
Right.
do we really need more of this problem? The problem is the supply. That is the fundamental
Well,
problem.
and
And just one more thing, like,
Uh-huh.
and I've been down to zoning board meetings. I've seen how stringently people are with all the, I understand it's Boston, it's a different story, but the historic, like, regulations or this with the zoning board, we've got to unleash this. Like, I don't care what the hell we do, but we just need to be building more houses. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm with you. The main thing that I wanted to address, though, was Cacophonies was saying that there is no policy. Now, I think what Brianna and I have said is that this one policy we think is bad policy, but having bad policy is not the same as having no policy. So making homeownership easier was a stated thing. $6,000 child tax credit. I welcome that as well, as somebody who definitely has a lot of social conservatives in my social group and also sympathizes with a lot of social conservative issues. I want more families. I think that making children more affordable is good pretty much no matter what. There are some things that are better than economics. And then small businesses, $50,000 tax deduction to small businesses. For that, who is it? Is it Toby One Kenobi? Yeah, Toby One Kenobi says, start a business of starting small businesses. Yes, that's the move.
Hold on. I don't want to skate past this, Connor. I want to look into this because I definitely pay more than $50,000 in cash a year. So does this mean
in taxes?
program? Oh, 100%.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. So if you, as somebody who wants to start a small business,
So yeah,
if you
could
want,
I just take that tax money and go, okay,
sure,
I'm going to
yeah,
hire
I'll literally
an
tell I'll tell
editor?
the ATF on Friday. I'll be like, Miss Brianna Wu of Dedham, Massachusetts wants to subsidize my dream of
Well,
building
let's get
science
her
fiction
elected
weaponry.
first. Yeah.
Yeah, of science fiction weaponry to the masses. Okay, it'll make her a terrible Democrat, but potentially very rich. So
Look, I like science fiction guns. I'm pro gun, dude.
excellent.
What I'm pro is like safety classes and background checks, right?
And there's nothing in our way. So
No, but this is like a really interesting idea. Imagine if every
Mm.
single person out there that wants to be a full-time streamer can then go like use a tax credit for this. This actually sounds like interesting policy. So I would want to read more deeply about that.
Well, right. And so Benji Mation kind of says what I was literally about to say, which is they're saying that Sitch and Adam, or not Sitch and Adam, Sitch and Adam said this, that Kamala Harris didn't have any policies. Well, we just listed 3 or 4 policies out the gate. So I don't think that criticism is valid. And then as a counterpoint to ram home that like, hey, I have solutions that I want to implement, she says, hey, Donald Trump has solutions too. They suck. They're tax cuts for the uber wealthy, which, by the way, that's one of the main legislative things that actually happened under the Trump administration. And then she said, sales taxes for everyone, which is going to have a negative impact on the middle class and the working class families of the United States, is going to cost them $4,000. Someone in chat was asking, what does she mean by that? She's talking about tariffs. So a lot of Trump is a isolationist. He's also an economic protectionist. What he wants to do is if a certain amount of goods come from China, Taiwan, Singapore, or whatever, then they're competing with American products. He wants to hit them with a tariff, which is going to make foreign goods more expensive. And if you're wondering why Walmart for so many years was so good at selling you cheap crap like box fans for $19.99, and you had no idea how they were selling to you or selling you a box fan for $20, it's because they were manufactured overseas and there were no tariffs on those goods.
Yeah.
So anyways, sorry, chat's moving a little fast for us to keep up with you guys, but we'll try to address you as you go. This is the first 40 seconds, so let's see if we can get some more content. You ready?
Let's do it.
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that.
Tariffs.
We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for
Look
all
how dyspeptic he looks.
and
Yeah.
the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because it was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look.
Real quick. So Vlad, we're going to keep watching content, but Vlad the Kebabber says Trump put those tariffs because China was ripping us off. Okay. We can talk about economic protectionism. I don't want to go too hard into it, but you're not answering the question of whether or not goods from foreign manufacturers, which a lot of working class people are reliant on in order to get cheap goods, if those will increase in prices and if that will end up costing working class and middle class people. You can say you're going to have offsets, and I am all ears on them. I am just saying you haven't addressed the root of the issue.
Yep.
We've had a terrible economy because inflation which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics, and also unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that she and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality. and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration. And
real quick, I want to back up. So we're at 10:41 right now. I want to see what the question was that they asked him. Because, if it's a similar question, his rant had nothing to do with
But that's his game. He always does this.
For tax
Yeah,
cuts
but
for
I'm going to point that out to people.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
First of
Okay, yeah. So I think it would be like a similar thing. They're not taxes, but they're tariffs. I think he said that, we presided over the greatest economy in the in history, blah, 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 blah. And immigrants are destroying our country. They're taking over cities, et cetera, et cetera. So if you wanted to summarize that into, hey, we did a good job and the Democrats screwed it up, I guess you could argue that that was answering the question. But that seems a little rambly to me.
I hear you and I agree. I do have to point out something I respect about Trump is if you listen to the word choices that he uses, he keeps it really simple. And I've always felt that this is one of the advantages I've had in giving speeches, like growing up in Mississippi. Like there's a folksy, direct way of talking that I have. If you listen to Kamala, like I agree with her policy more, but I think it's harder to follow the point that she's making because it's just more substantive. So I think ironically, in some ways, by being stupider, Trump is actually much more effective at being persuasive, if that makes sense.
Well, yeah, and Toby-Wan Kenobi actually says something that's similar to this. This is not a game of judging politicians on whether or not they answer the question or not. It's a game of trying to determine what they mean in their answers. And so I think you might have just said this in a way, but it's talking about emotional language, right? Like how do people respond to what you're saying? And I think that what Kamala, going off of, my vibes of the debate, she was communicating, I'm an adult. I know what's going on. I have answers. I want to give them to you, right? Yeah. And I think what Trump was saying is, I'm good. They suck. I'm the best thing since sliced bread. As a result, you should go with me. If we're trying to answer Toby-Wan Kenobi's, point to emotional language. All right, you ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
Vice President Harris, respond on the economy here.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook, a bunch of lies, grievances, and name calling. What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing if he were elected again. I believe very strongly that the American people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us. And I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump, will give you a minute here to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project.
Hold on, real quick. I wrote that down, and I liked it a lot because it was simple and it was brutal.
It hit him hard.
Yeah.
It starts. What I love about this is Trump is a very insecure person, and she's instantly just goading him, and she's going after him, and she's hitting really hard and just trying to make him take the bait. And I think it's so edgy and direct. So as I was watching this at the first part of it, I'm like, oh no, Kamala's going like Brainiac on the Nerd Patrol. This is not going to go well. And then she gives this answer. It's like, bam, it's bitch snack time. Like,
so
this is what I want to see.
No, that seriously. And also I think simplicity is really good. So what she said was, he left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. You can have reasons for why that was, but that's still true. the worst health crisis in a century. You can say the reasons why that was, and it's outside of his control. That's still true. Worst attack on democracy since the Civil War.
Yes.
You can, say that Trump is still in the process of proving the massive fraud that is worthy of suspending our Constitution, as he tweeted in 2022. That is still true. So those things, for people who don't like Trump, those all hit like, you're smashing this dude. Tired playbook of lies, grievances, and name calling. This is something in Twitch and YouTube politics. We call this poisoning the well. But if somebody plays into what you describe them as going to do, then it just seems like you're prescient, like you know what's going on, like you know what your opponent is going to do, and therefore you have like a level of omniscience. And then Project 2025. So I see some people in chat on Twitch and YouTube both rejecting the accusation of Project 2025.
Oh boy, here we go. Let's get into it, Connor.
Okay, so what I was going to say is Trump and his administration has publicly distanced themselves from Project 2025. However, the way that Project Veritas or whatever does all those undercover camera investigations or whatever, I think it was Midas who did an undercover camera investigation for one of the heads of Project 2025. And they were like, hey, is it bothering you that Trump is publicly distancing himself from you at all these campaign speeches? And on camera, one of the main guys from Project 2025 was like, no, I don't care what he says in public. He says whatever he needs to say to get involved in, get elected in public. We actually have really good relationships with a healthy chunk of his administration. And I actually have every confidence that they are going to be calling us not only when they're doing the transition, but also calling us for policy during his administration. Yeah. So you can assign whatever level of truth or sincerity to Trump and the guy from Project 2025. But I'm just saying, hand waving it is not enough for me.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. And also, I just want to say, like, Trump often makes contradictory statements. And, he'll say one thing and then he'll say another. And, like, a denial is not enough to say he's not aligned with these people. Here are the facts. A ton of people that Trump works with authored Project 2025 or are directly involved with it. Another thing that's just objectively true is the first Trump administration had a tremendous amount of trouble filling a lot of positions, right, in the federal government. So I think if they've got binders of people that are qualified for this rather extreme agenda, like firing federal employees that donate money to Democrats, I think that is, I think you need something that is a stronger thing than just denying it, if that makes sense. Also, this is just a throwback to the portion where we were talking about my video at the beginning of it. As we're talking tonight, I'm sure you can hear my voice getting weaker. One of the things I talked about in this video is how I am on my way to losing my voice permanently. So when I get hoarse after we've done a 2.5 hour show, that is why, just so y'all know.
Well, that's okay. You can whisper your takes to us in the audience, and we'll still do it.
To you, 100%.
Thank you. Toby One Kenobi says he's stupid, but not stupid. So well said. Thank you. All right, let's see Trump's response.
2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas. I guess some good, some bad. But it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic. And the pandemic was not since 1917, where 100 million people died, has there been anything like it. We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounced back, and it bounced back and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond.
So Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy. And the best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse. Mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession. You just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
So, do you want to give me vibes first, or do you want me to give vibes?
I love this. So I know you've probably never thought about this, Connor, but something I love watching about women politicians speak is sometimes they have phrases that kind of neatly sidestep sexism and invite the audience to pay attention to it. And I invite you to know it's such a beautiful one. I literally typed that down in my phone as soon as I heard that. The other one the other day was when my friend Batya was like, I think it was Jank was talking over on a panel, and she just goes, "Hold on, aren't you so interested in what I have to say?" I was like, "Oh, that's so good. I'm writing that one down too." Oh my God. So I love the way
the words are passive, but the intent is like, I don't want to say passive aggressive in a mean way, but it's like, hey, I have something important to say, so you should pay attention to the next things that are coming out of my mouth.
I invite you to know. I think it's brilliant. I absolutely love it.
Nice. Well, so what I would say is one of the things that does frustrate me. I get, Gibbs, Rob Knorr, Aircraft Sparky, a few other folks or whatever. They criticize me for not being in lockstep with Republicans and conservatives, particularly when it comes to lining up with Trump. And one of the things that really frustrates me is that if you look at him from a social conservative perspective, the only thing that you can say that he did good that was in line with social conservatives was getting justices into office that repealed Roe versus Wade. When you look at it from a fiscal conservative perspective, he is, I think, in the top 10 or top 20 worst presidents when it comes to the percentage of debt added to the budget. And then I also think that he is, that's just percentage. I think when it comes to raw numbers, he's in like the top 5. And so the thing about it is you can blame COVID and that's fine, but the tax breaks are part of it. And so if you look at the raw numbers of what Biden added to the debt versus what Trump added to the debt, it was half. And so if you're a fiscal conservative who cares about the debt of the United States of America, and you think that eventually it will destabilize our federal government, then Trump is actually not the person you want, because the Democrats, God bless them or hate them, they are going to maintain the upper echelons of taxes. And so that will balance the budget better.
Okay. Yeah. No, I think it's the fact that the Fed was shooting bazookas of cash at everything,
Well, and he wants to do that too. That was another point that Kamala, I say her name wrong. Kamala, that was another one of her points. She was saying that Trump just wants to set the interest rate. He wants to go to the feds and say, lower interest rates now, it's time for the economy to take off. And a lot of people are saying like, hey, we're in a precarious position right now. We need to keep inflation where it's at, and we need to keep jobs and unemployment and demand where it's at right now. If you lower interest rates, you are going to jack up money supply and cause an inflationary crisis.
Yeah. And, in a lot of ways, the inflation we've had is a consequence of trying to keep the stock market afloat at the beginning of COVID. It created massive inflationary pressure. So I think that's really well said. Yeah, this really, to me, Connor, someone asked me the other day on Twitter what my policy argument was for not voting for Trump that didn't have to do with January 6th. And I really think one of the biggest one is the fiscal recklessness. The budget that we have right now, it really is out of this world. I mean, it is the biggest it's ever been. And like, we just flat out could not afford to do this again. I think it would completely crash the value of the dollar to have Trump repeat
If
those
we
policies.
had if we had another crisis that we printed our way through,
100%.
And I know, and by the way, when I say printed our way through, I know it's not literally printing. I'm just saying, like, covering this massive debt using the Federal Reserve for the private economy to function while economic activity decreases. So don't take me literally when I say that.
Yeah.
All right. You ready for more?
Let's do it.
It's just a soundbite. They gave her that to say. Look, I went to the Wharton School of Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country. And just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences. Like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The Vice President brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this, because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have, and who's going to have higher prices, is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country, because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris.
Oh my God.
Okay.
I would need to look at that poll in order to believe that claim.
Well, that's not why I was jamming my microphone into my eye socket. The reason why I was jamming my microphone into my eye socket is because it's very straightforward. There are goods that are produced domestically. Those tend to be a little bit more expensive because we have better regulations. We pay our people a little bit more, et cetera, et cetera. And so as a result, domestic products tend to, be a little bit higher, but they also tend to be a little bit better quality, depending on the brand and depending on market, right? People will pay for that if they have the money to do so. But the working class in particular, the people who make just enough to subsist, they are often reliant on stretching every penny and every dollar into making it where it needs to go. The way that they have survived for decades, probably since the 80s or 90s, with like NAFTA and deregulation when it came to economic globalization, was they would buy from places like Walmart and Target, who are reliant on foreign goods that are substantively cheaper because they're manufactured in foreign countries. So when you're talking about a 20% increase on the cost of those goods, you're talking about a 20% increase on the goods that the most economically desperate people rely on. So you can say, I would be happy to hear Trump say, hey, there's a predatory relationship between us and foreign nations, and they are taking advantage of our regulations and costs of goods sold. They are screwing us from a trade deficit perspective. I feel like that's an important national priority. However, he is somehow saying that that is going to help out working class people. There's no way. There's no way. You can't have your cake and eat it too. It has nothing to do with it. And when it comes to inflation and pinning that rawly on Biden and Harris, Trump was the guy who insisted that his name go on stimulus checks.
Yeah.
He was one of the people who increased the money supply. So he did one of the things that caused the inflation, and then he's passing it off onto the people that took over from him.
I don't know what to say, Connor. I agree with every word. I think it's perfectly said. Yes, entirely, 1,000%.
Okay, and by the way, in chat, if you disagree with me, feel
Yeah,
free
come
to
on,
explain to
y'all.
me.
Chat, come on. We're watching
me
this
wrong.
for you. You
Tell
need
me
to show
wrong.
up. Tell us we're wrong. Argue with us. We'll engage. Come on.
Okay, so if you think we're wrong, tell us why we're wrong.
Harris, I do want to ask for your response, and you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
Well, let's be clear
Targeted
that
tariffs.
the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is, under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military, basically sold us out, when a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing, focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having on the short end of the stick in terms of workers' rights. But what Donald Trump did, let's talk about this, with COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point, when we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Trump.
Okay, stop it. I heard this. I was like, holy crap. Is Kamala Harris going after China for COVID? Giddy up, boys. Let's go.
Listen, I get it. This upsets the leftists, right? I get it. But when I hear an American politician talking about how we need to focus on our technology, we need to focus on beating our geopolitical rivals, we need to make sure that America dominates the 21st century. That's the kind of stuff that gets my blood pumping. Because as a red-blooded American born in the 80s or whatever, what I was told when I was growing up was we competed with the Russians for the space race. We competed with them economically and militarily across the world in order to beat global communism. We have one of the most powerful and sophisticated militaries on the planet. We are the best at almost everything we touch. Yeah. That's what I heard. Yeah. That's what I heard when I was growing up. So to hear anybody say something like that is a breath of fresh air for me. And on top of that, I know some people, Cacophonies and some other people, were saying that she doesn't have policy. I understand there wasn't a specific policy there. However, that is a specific criticism, saying that Donald Trump was blind with his tariffs. It started a trade war with these countries that worsened the problem that they were meant to address. And then in order to make up for the financial pitfalls of the trade war, we sold a precious technology to our geopolitical rivals. That is a specific criticism, and you can infer a specific policy, which is that we would keep the tariffs that make sense, we would get rid of the ones that screw over the working class, and we would not sell critical military industrial technology to our geopolitical rivals. That's what I heard.
That's right. Okay, hold on. Come on, Cacophonies. We're doing this for you, buddy. So we're about to fight.
No, he took something.
We're about to
If
fight.
that is what you heard, how can you justify being against tariffs and doing anything he can to bring everything back to our shores, considering how... Let's actually read this and address it. Cacophonies says, if that is what you heard, how can you justify being against tariffs and doing anything he can to bring everything back to our shores, considering how at risk we turned out to be? We sold our stuff to China for decades, starting with Clinton.
Oh my God. Okay, this is like a basic economics question.
No, but I'm good with it. Well, do you? I'll address it real quick.
Go ahead and do it.
So cacophonies. What I would say is, when it comes to economics, We talk about things like specialization and economic of scale. And I think we also talk about comparative advantage. And what we talk about, I am not talking about economics. I mean, stuff like chip fads and drug fabs. I mean, this is all economically related, and these are essential. No, okay. So cacophonies. I probably agree with you with something that you're saying, which is we need to have critical, essential items manufactured in the United States. When it came to medical gear, we were caught flat-footed because we relied so much on Asian manufacturing. I agree with you there. And we should bring back a lot of that stuff so we have a certain amount of redundancy within the system. I agree with that component of what you're saying. But when it comes to targeting of tariffs, for instance, let's say we're talking about box fans, right? I'm using that as an example because it's something that when I was broke and my air conditioner wasn't working properly, I spent $19.99 on a box fan in order to keep my room cooler, and I couldn't afford a nicer $50 box fan, right? So what I would say is you tariff vehicles, maybe, right? But not the ones that working class and middle class people use. You tariff the ones that like uber rich people use. You might tariff certain food goods that compete with domestic American food goods or something like that. But the whole point is that if you screw over a working class or middle class person in order to win that part of the trade war, yes, I wouldn't do it.
Yes.
Like it should be affecting whatever you're tariffing should affect the middle class, upper middle class, and rich people, because those are the people who can afford to make a choice. If it's punishing the working class, then you shouldn't do it.
I think that's really, really well said. Wow, that's a better answer than I could have given. I want to come back and hit him on this comment about, yet he was racist for saying, quote, Chinese flu. Look, let's go back in time. Let's fact check this statement, buddy. Okay, so he's out there saying China flu, which is obviously meant to be racially insensitive. I'm sorry, your boy likes to be a bit of a jerk. It is a little spicy when it comes to racial stuff. And at that point, we did not know the stuff about the probability of the Wuhan lab leak. We do know that now. So there is a basis of fact that Kamala Harris is proceeding on in her comment. So if you're ever wondering, how do I express these thoughts and feelings in a way that is racist versus not racist, inflammatory versus non-inflammatory, just look at the differences here. And the difference is, one is constructive because it is assigning blame to China, and that is more credible when you're not acting like a giant racist while you're doing it. Like, there is a discussion we need to have. The damage to the economy here in the United States and the world from COVID is astronomical. And there does need to be a discussion about this.
Well, and I do almost want to steelman a portion of what is being said, though, which is I don't necessarily think that being racially insensitive, I like to do it as a joke almost. I do understand that these have bigger implications, particularly on the world stage, particularly when you're the leader of the free world. What I would be frustrated by if I was Donald Trump is if I had just gotten out of a meeting with Xi Jinping, right? And we were talking about critical medical supplies, right? And China had previously been prioritizing domestic production for themselves because of their own issues, which they did, by the way.
Yeah.
And that screwed us over. And then we get done with the meeting and she says, you know what? I understand you're in a difficult political position. I understand that Americans are actually losing their lives. As a result, I am going to increase the share of medical supplies that we are going to be sending to the United States. I would have no problems if I was the leader of the free world at that point, literally tweeting out, thank you, President Xi, for meeting me. Thank you for, releasing critical medical supplies to the United States of America. To have that used against me 5 years later, I think it's to be expected in politics, but you can be pissed about it. I think Trump can be justifiably pissed if Xi Jinping gave us a concession that actually did affect us positively.
Sorry, I'm trying not to eat on stream. Yeah, no, I think that's 100% fair. And as that
kind of a low blow.
As that was
but Trump's the king of low blows, so he should be able to take it.
It's politics. It's not Queens of Marsbury rule or whatever it is. Like, this is how it goes. But I remember hearing it as it was happening. And I'm like, no, that's just a nice thing you say. Like, I get hit on this stuff all the time. I'm sure I will get screamed at some point for saying something nice about Elizabeth tonight, right? So
Sure.
it's just, I don't know. I don't think she had the.
But it should be expected in the realm of politics.
That's fair.
So QC John says at CounterFire, a little behind the Trump hitting the grocery point. Under him, hamburger was $2 a pound and gas was $1.75. Average people don't care why. They just know that groceries were cheaper. I agree with you. And one of the things that Destiny said that I haven't done any research on, but I thought was probably something that I could be convinced of, is he was quote unquote gas pilled, which means that when gasoline prices were inexpensive, oftentimes presidents would win their reelection. If they had an energy crisis, then they lost their elections. So I do think that the costs of everyday use goods and the cost of energy are vitally important, and people don't necessarily care about the variables. So yeah. And then sorry, Cacophonies, if I missed a complex comment, but I do want to keep the thing going. And Dylan Raiders. So thank you, Dylan Burns, for coming on in. We're probably going to be at this for another half hour. Good evening and welcome aboard. We're watching the debate. Yeah, we're watching the debate. We're making our comments as we go. We're fighting with chat a little bit. So I hope you enjoy.
Right.
Well, they bought their chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say
that this is a weak point because the Biden administration has made it a priority to domesticate chip manufacturing.
Chip production.
In
a flawed way, but yes.
Well, yeah, let's see if she has a response to it. And then honestly, I wouldn't mind hearing more on that.
Her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy, but if she ever got elected, she'd change it, and it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done to our country, and when you look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy, too. You mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane. Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
President Trump. Thank you. Lindsay?
Can you pause it for a second, Connor?
No, we're not going to get to address that. Jesus. Sorry.
Well, this is a side thing. I just don't want to let this go by. Dylan Burns' community calls themselves the Dildo Raiders. Am I reading this right?
Welcome aboard, Dildo Raiders. I hope you have a good time.
Did y'all have a meeting to come up with this name? Let me know in chat.
Listen.
How did that? Where does the dough come from? I'm confused.
Well, let me do a shill while we're welcoming everybody aboard. Thank you to the Dildo Raiders for showing up in chat. Thank you to Dylan Burns for the raid. If you're not a follower already, become a follower. If you want to become a sub, become a sub. If you enjoy the content, we're going to be breaking this down probably at least for another half hour to 45 minutes. We're having a lot of fun. We're fighting with our chat a little bit. And if you want to check out the YouTube video, we are under a channel called CounterFire. If that SEO doesn't work, type in Counterpoints Coliseum, and you'll be able to check out the conversation earlier in the evening. Brianna and I do this weekly, and that's the show is CounterFire. Tonight we did discuss for about an hour. Brianna had a confessional video going over her biography, her personal history, et cetera, and how it related, not specifically, but how it related to trans issues. That's what we talked about for the first hour. Second hour was Tenet Media, Lauren Southern, Tim Pool, getting paid by Russians, et cetera, and now we're breaking down the debate. So yeah, if any of that interests you, then please check us out.
All right, I just want to read a few of these from the Dildo Raiders. Yes, we are the dildos. We got the idea from Israeli prisoners. Which I was eyeing a super soldier, but I will give you, that is a good joke. That is a good joke. Kudos to you. I approve of this joke. We kind of came up with it, the Twitter chat, because we call ourselves the dildos. Are y'all 12 over there? Like Dylan, as I understand it, talks about a lot of geopolitical NatSec issues. So
listen,
that's
you got to balance
it
it out. If you have a 2-hour conversation about FPV drones loaded with bombs taking out Russians, you have to call yourself a dildo as well. So I think it balances out in the wash.
All right, question, am I crazy or have you met your movie sucks? I don't think I know that person, so I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm like twice Dylan's age, but I behave like I'm 8. Perfect. So.
Yeah, I do a show with Connor, so I understand this, who is basically a 12-year-old boy who somehow happens to be a former cop and Marine and father, which is scary, but awesome.
Well, you guys will fit right in then. So, all right. So let's get into it. What I'm surprised though here is that I'm not sure if she's going to have an opportunity to respond, but for me, something you actually said this, and then Bud123 in YouTube chat, he said this as well, that the chip manufacturing deal is flawed. My understanding was that we were subsidizing domestic chip manufacturing. That way we could do what Taiwan does now. That was my understanding.
Yeah, that's the idea of it. But or you can go to TSMC and like, where do we get the tooling for this? Where do we get the technology to actually make these chips? Who are we licensing them from? I mean, I'm sorry, y'all, my voice is giving.
We can't just steal this
late
stuff from Taiwan or bribe a bunch of people in Taiwan.
Is actually very difficult and complicated to get, and we have no, at least the last time I looked into it, we had no, strategy to create this stuff here. So,
well, hold on. So this is a little confusing to me because my understanding is that Taiwan is currently manufacturing these chips. That obviously it's like a fairly next generation esoteric whatever.
Yep.
But are you telling me that we don't have?
It's just a fab. Yeah,
we don't have intelligent enough people to reverse engineer Taiwanese microchips?
We would. Oh my God! Do you have any? Like that would be highly illegal because it's like intellectual property. So I don't think like starting off by violating intellectual property. Also, this stuff, like, do you understand how thin this is? Like, go read in depth about like nanometer technology and how they put all these transistors in a single space. It's actually really complicated. Look, my core point here is obviously a good idea to invest in domestic chip production. We need to be investing in particularly because I think we're looking at war with China. We need the ability to create all kinds of stuff here in the United States. I'm just saying Congress didn't really think through the next step of that. Like, how are we going to license the technology and get the things we need to actually build these chips? And there is a cynical way to look at this where it was a giveaway to help billionaires build factories that will make them bigger billionaires. Probably a good thing, but we still got to figure out what we're actually making there now.
Okay, I'm okay. I am a military industrial simp. There's the meme where it's like, Top Gun Maverick is DoD propaganda, and then like the bottom line is like, well, it worked, triple the defense budget.
That's
right.
Me. Yeah, no, I agree with that.
All right, that's cool.
Abortion. President Trump, you've often touted that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade. Last year, you said that you were proud of the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, who's doing an excellent job, but the governor before. He said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month. is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years. They've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions. Very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. Now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it.
Great courage.
Tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this
All right.
where it is legal.
No. Go play this so we can then talk about
baby
this.
after it's born. Madam Vice President.
I got all day on Twitter for this. We'll talk about it. Okay, Connor, I know you and I have a different position on abortion, but I have to tell you, this answer is really, really bad. Like the Republicans, if y'all want to win, I don't want you to, but you're hemorrhaging women, and this just sounds like the smuggest stuff imaginable from someone who will never face this. And like bragging how it went back to the state, I know that's a great story that y'all can tell yourselves in the Republican bunker. It makes women in this country seethe and is a losing bad argument. I mean, how do you feel about it?
No, I think that this plays to a couple of components of his base, and might even not play to his evangelical and pro-life base strongly enough, which is interesting, because you either lose the moderates or you lose the pro-life, right?
Yeah.
That's what's going on. So from libertarian men, they don't care, right? You know, pushing it back to the states or whatever, that's going to be a perfectly viable answer for them.
Yeah.
When it comes to pro-life, this isn't pro-life enough, because you're not, you're not protecting it. When it comes to my personal perspective on this, just to give everybody where I'm at, because I know that the dildos might not know my personal perspective. I think that like 18 to 20 weeks, when the central nervous system forms, that should be the cutoff. And anything under 18 to 20 weeks, that should be banned, with the exceptions, right? Like rape, incest, health of the mother, health of the fetus, et cetera, et cetera. You can have those exceptions, and you can have those exceptions into the 3rd trimester as well. But that's kind of like my centrist position on it. And also, I think under 18 weeks, it's immoral, but it should be legal, because not everybody agrees with my sense of morality.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
Connor, I hate to do this to you, but I have to do the Hill TV in the morning if I keep going.
And you need to keep your voice.
I need to go sleep and let my voice regenerate, so I can actually do cable
That's
TV
fine.
tomorrow.
I'm gonna hang out with the dildos for a bit and do this.
Dildos,
Can
I love
you
please subscribe?
Can
It's
you
great.
watch this clip, even if you only have a limited response?
Let's
Can
do
you
it.
watch this clip with me before you leave? Because this is what Trump has referenced multiple times. It's the governor of Virginia, Northam, talking about late trimester abortions. And so I took it a certain way when I saw the clip earlier. I think people are being uncharitable, but let's take a look at it.
Virginia's governor says he has no regrets on his comments earlier this week defending abortion, even as a baby is being born. In a news conference yesterday, Ralph Northam said Democrats believe legislatures, most of whom are men, should not be making decisions about women's choices for their reproductive health. We have team coverage tonight, including White House correspondent Mark Irons.
I might actually fast forward, because there should be the actual clip somewhere in here. It's on a podcast with a microphone.
There it
Here
is.
Yeah, let's go here.
I don't know what he said yesterday.
Here's what Virginia's governor did say.
the infant would be delivered. The infant would be kept comfortable. The infant would be resuscitated if that's what the mother and the family desired. And then a discussion would ensue between the physicians and the mothers.
Now, Senator.
So hold on. That is 10 seconds without the preamble.
Yes.
And the preamble is actually talking about like horrific genetic disease, non-viable, et cetera, et cetera. Like, am I wrong?
No, you're like, Connor, imagine this. You're a woman, you have been pregnant for 9 months. Like, you've been through this with your wife. It's not fun. You've probably gone and picked out a crib. You've picked a name, and then you get the worst news possible when you go and give birth, which is this baby that you literally want is not going to survive outside of the room and you're of the womb, and you're heartbroken. And the doctor's telling you what the most ethical thing to do for that baby is that will let them leave this world in the least amount of pain possible. How can you possibly think politics, like, or abortion politics, which are the most toxic politics imaginable, is helping this situation? The child is dead either way. So I just, it's such a heartbreaking situation.
And I'm looking for the full clip because almost every single one of them is like cut down to like 20 seconds or a minute 44, and 80% of it is exposition from the people. But I saw the full clip earlier today, and it was literally talking about non-viable fetuses.
That's right.
And so here's my thing. I have no problems banning third trimester viable abortions. If the baby is viable, it's third trimester, whatever. To me, that's practically infanticide. So I'm good with that. But I think that this is a mischaracterized clip where they are removing the first 30 or 40 seconds where what he is talking about specifically is either non-viable or like horrific genetic disease.
That's exactly it. And, I fact checked this because I've spent all day getting yelled at on Twitter about this individual clip. And I mean, I'm really asking you, Connor, like, you're a parent, I'm not. Imagine this happened to you. Would you, as someone who has some real conservative tendencies, would you want the government getting involved and telling you, like, helping you make the worst decision you're ever going to make in your entire life with that child, or forcing you? Like, let's talk about what this actually would be. It would be forcing you to put that child on a respirator.
No,
to force them to stay alive.
This is this is where there's like a huge differentiation. And by the way, I do really understand the largely Christian rooted belief that like death and life or whatever is ordained by God, and therefore you have to try to provide for the life of a child no matter what. And on top of that, there are examples. There are examples of children who like survive for prolonged periods and even have better lives than they were predicted to do. Ricky Berwick, of all people on Twitter, I think is one of those people that was actually like supposed to have like horrible issues and actually had a better life than was predicted. So I actually respect pro-life people who stick by that principle and do that. But to be compelled, so for instance, with like Tay-Sachs, I think Tay-Sachs is like a genetic disease where the child can only last a few months. They have like almost no brain function, and whatever brain function they have is pretty much pain. I would never subject another living creature to that.
No, of course not.
But I do believe in good. I do believe in good death. Like euthanasia means like good death. I do believe in. Yeah.
It's just so heartbreaking. I feel, and this is a real lesson, I would say, to the Republican Party. Like, I understand this stuff doesn't come intuitively to you, or maybe you really never thought deeply about stuff like ectopic pregnancy, but like, spend time, like, talk to your wives, your girlfriends, your sisters, your moms. Like, when someone is pregnant, a lot of that time is spent like worrying about what is going to happen to the baby. This is why like mothers spend so much time with prenatal vitamins or trying to figure out how to sleep or all this millions of other things. Like, pregnancy is really complicated and stuff goes wrong. And and stuff goes wrong all the time. So I just, to me, as I've watched the Republicans on Twitter like break down all day about this, I've just really been struck by the lack of decency when you're really talking about a painful decision that two parents are going to have to make in the worst day of their entire lives.
Sure. The only thing that I'm going to throw on top of that, though, is the basically, as long as we ban viable abortion, then I'm good with that. In the third trimester. Kittinat actually asked an important question. I know you got to go momentarily.
No.
Kittinat says, if it's going to die either way, why not make it as comfortable as possible? Why kill it? And so this is actually like a really medically nuanced question. You're kind of picking at an iceberg here. So oftentimes when you're talking about making it comfortable, and prolonging life, you're talking about a feeding tube, you're talking about respirators, you're talking about like mechanical implements to keep the heart and lungs continuing. Whereas when you're talking about quote unquote killing it, you are talking about basically allowing nature to take its course. And when they're talking about keeping it comfortable, what they're talking about is giving pain meds. Well, I don't know how much pain you've been in. But I have been in extreme amounts of pain where pain medication would not do enough. You can still be on pain medication and still be absolutely suffering the most horrific pain that you've ever imagined. So keeping it quote unquote comfortable is not always an option.
Yeah, no, I think that's it. I was reading this story about this earlier today. I'm sorry about my voice chat. But it was basically talking about how actually letting the child die was actually the least amount of pain that they would have. So I don't know how to calculate that or find it, but as I understand it, that was the thinking with it. I think on that, I'm going to save my voice.
On a high note.
Yes. Connor, I love doing the show with you so much. It was so much fun.
It's a blast. Thanks for hanging out with us. And I'll, for the sake of entertainment, I'll hang out with chat for another, 20 minutes or so. And then
bye, dildos. It's so good to see you.
Thanks for coming, dildos. And by the way, we're still going. Bye. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to continue on with the content. I'm going to get you another 20 to 30 minutes of breakdown and entertainment with the debate. I will be answering your questions as you present them to me. Kittinat says, okay. And no, cost is not necessarily the issue. It's more about an evaluation of pain. Killer Tofu says, my ex and I watched your dad die of a brain tumor. He died of starvation in hospice. In my opinion, euthanasia would have been better. I agree. There are certain kinds of pain that drugs cannot overcome. And I think that prolonging life that is just suffering is counterintuitive to me instinctively. I think that if somebody exists only to suffer, then overloading them on pain medication in order to punch them out of this existence in a relatively painless way is a better option than just prolonging their suffering. Bud123 says, there are pain drugs that work well, but you won't be there mentally, such as morphine in hospice. True. Drew the Dogman says, we're basically talking about Granny out in the backyard and doing an old yeller. No, we're not. We're not shooting grandma in the face. We're giving her morphine until she falls asleep, and then you're giving her an overdose of morphine, providing that she has zero quality of life. That's what we're talking about. Counterpoint says, can you talk about this is Karatani. Counterpoints, can you talk about the cases in places like Texas where the doctors say the mother is at risk and the courts still say no? I have heard of that. I have heard that there are people who have been waiting in emergency rooms, people who have called lawyers and courts and all that kind of stuff to get approval. And they basically have to wait for the female to go septic before they'll do anything. I think that's insane. I do think that's insane. General Balsack says, I'm no fan of the way politicians talk about abortion left or right. I agree. It's actually really callous. Somebody was making a joke, and it is a joke. I'm not like smack talking or whatever. But somebody in chat was like, if a baby's on your property and it doesn't listen to your commands, then you can shoot it. Like, I get that. That's funny. It's kind of funny. But when we're talking about actual, like, losing a child or, killing your loved ones as a part of euthanasia or whatever, people's emotions get real raw about this, and we don't have particularly intelligent conversations. Bud123 says, the men are finally taking over CounterFire. Finally. True. All right. So hold on. Let's see if this clip has more context, and then let's go back to the debate and let's watch probably, I'd say, another 30 minutes worth of content, and then we'll call it.
restrictions on third trimester abortions, as well as other restrictions now in place. And she was pressed by a Republican delegate about whether her bill would permit an abortion, even as a woman is essentially dilating, ready to give birth. And she answered that it would permit an abortion at that stage of labor. Do you support her measure, and explain her answer?
Yeah, and I wasn't there, Julie, and I certainly can't speak for Delegate Tran, but I would tell you first thing I would say, this is why decisions such as this should be made by providers, physicians, and the mothers and fathers that are involved. There are, when we talk about third trimester abortions, these are done with the consent of obviously the mother, with the consent of the physicians, more than one physician, by the way. And it's done in cases where there may be severe deformities. There may be a fetus that's non-viable. So in this particular example,
right. So right there, we're talking about severe deformity and the fetus is non-viable. So we're not talking about healthy, happy, whatever child. And I get that there's pro-life, pro-whatever, but he's also talking about how you have two physicians sign off on it. Now, can you have a perverse scenario where two physicians sign off on a late-term abortion of a healthy fetus? I would ban that instantaneously. Matter of fact, Sister Christian says, honestly, the government, state and federal, need to stay out of these decisions. I disagree. If there's a viable fetus and a mother that is not going to die as a result of the pregnancy, then I think that that is infanticide and that should be banned and not allowed. When Tenet says, maybe we should have a mandatory document filed with our medical doctor that states, do not keep me alive if so-and-so happens. That's literally called a do not resuscitate order. That already exists, and you can get one if you want. Killer Tofu says, right, what happened to small government medical decisions should only be between the family and the doctor? I disagree again. There's plenty of medical decisions that you can make that are crime. So if I go between my doctor and I'm like, hey, I really like morphine, I love opiates, can you give me as many opiates as I want? And the doctor's like, yeah, sure, I don't give a shit. Then that's a bad decision. It should not be left up to just the doctor and just the person. The state should say, hey, doctors can't randomly prescribe people drugs that will impact their health in a negative way. You can't just rely on the Hippocratic oath. There's plenty of shady and crappy doctors out there. Yeah. It's a politician answer for sure, but it isn't what the Republicans were trying to make it out to be. And by the way, I'm not trying to defend that. There's obviously a whole bunch of nuances there that guy didn't explore. I'm just trying to say that it wasn't what people were saying, right? So anyways, let's get into the memes. There are some memes in this debate, and I want to explore them.
Your response to President Trump?
Well, as I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies, and that's not actually a surprising fact. Let's understand how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime of violation to their body does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral. And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot. She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. They don't want that. And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national abortion, a monitor that would be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American people believe that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be made by the government.
I hope this hits for the Democrats in chat because it's not hitting for me. But it's not whether or not it's good. It's just not for me. Rex says Trump is a postmodern president. I agree with that statement because I think he's post-truth. He doesn't care about the truth necessarily. When it came to that rant, I think that I don't know what Trump's response is going to be, but I think that there are reasonable abortion restrictions and there are unreasonable abortion restrictions. Rape and incest, you can debate. But I think that under 18 weeks, I can't think of a moral objection to a rape or incest abortion. You have somebody who was the victim of a crime. You have a potential human life that is not conscious and not capable of feeling pain. Terminating that, while I do find it objectionable on a personal level, I don't think that I can project that into legislation. So right there, if states wrote that, I think that they're incorrect and they're basing it off of likely a scriptural or biblical interpretation that they inferred that isn't, specific. When it comes to the other examples, like bleeding out in an emergency room, an emergency room parking lot, that's obvious. Like that's obviously the life of the mother. And I blame cowardly doctors almost as much as I do legislators in that respect. Like if you see someone bleeding from their private parts and they are pregnant and you fail to take action, that is negligence. And if the fetus is under, 22 weeks, under the age of viability or whatever, you're done right there. Like you as a doctor have a higher duty to act than your fear of, the law going against you. Right. So no. And I think it's perfectly articulable. It's like within law enforcement, you have the right to intervene in order to prevent death or great bodily harm to yourself or others. That is like a golden standard. It's a North Star for conduct. So for me, that rhetoric, I hope is effective for you guys, Democrats or whatever, or self-identifying Democrats. It's not effective for me. General Balsack says, not going to lie, it was a rough debate for Donnie, but it really was an ambush and an abdication of journalistic integrity by ABC. General Balsack, I would be curious to know when you saw the journalists pressing Donald Trump, because I think I caught the last 30 minutes and we're already into the first 25 minutes. A lot of people complain that the ABC journalists were pressing Donald Trump. I haven't seen that yet. Saying hey, what you just said was incorrect. That's not getting pressed. Al Ram says, growing up with stories from my 94-year-old great-grandma asking my father if he would sneak her his 1911 might have poisoned me in favor of euthanasia. Yeah, that's pretty hardcore. She didn't want that. Got a lot of play on Twitter last night. Interesting. Killer Tofu says, at Counterpoints, my dork friends worked on a dork tabletop convention called QuestCon. Ever heard of it? There was a giant tourney for something Warhammer or whatever. Lol. I haven't heard of it, but honestly, as soon as I go full time, I need to start going to these conventions. I don't like the woman's body, her choice arguments either. It doesn't fly for me. After 18 to 20 weeks, that becomes another potential person that is viable, that has the capacity to feel pain. I believe that after 18 to 20 weeks, that other person needs to be factored into the decision. What happens at 18 to 20 weeks that turns it into a baby? The development of the central nervous system, the capacity to feel pain. What about in places like Florida with 6-week abortion ban? It's kind of tough for doctors to deal with potential miscarriages when the law may consider it murder. I agree, but I think in Florida there's exceptions. So rape, I think in Florida, rape, incest, and health of the mother are still exceptions to the rule. Matter of fact, I'll Google it for you real quick. Florida abortion exceptions. Florida abortion laws. Let's take a look. Do I need an appointment? What should I expect during my initial visit? What should I bring with me? Can I bring, what if my boyfriend or parents came in? This is a women's health center. That's not helping. Florida's abortion rule confuses more people. Okay. Chilling effect. Temporary emergency rules. The rules list 3 conditions that could put a pregnant person's life at risk: premature rupture of membranes, ectopic pregnancy, and molar pregnancy. The rules say termination of a pregnancy for those conditions is not considered or reported as an abortion. Some doctors are questioning what that means for conditions not covered up by the emergency rules and what happens when the rules expire. Humphrey says it's just something, it's made things more confusing. So it looks like they have health of the mother, but they're fighting over health of the mother. All right. All right. Hey, I'm down with the logic if we can apply it to renters on my property and I don't have to go through a real process to evict them. What? How hard is it to get an exception? I think doctors just need to comply with the law and reporting. Life of the mother at any stage makes too much sense to me. Yeah. So Republicans are mad that the mods wanted to push back on a racist conspiracy theory created by neo-Nazis, blood pride, and spread far and wide. Ooh, let's see if we can get to that. That would be good to get to before we wrap up.
Thank you, Vice President Harris.
Well, there she goes again. It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states, and the states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart. And they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it came to your
Well, I won't
desk?
have to because, again, two things. Number
Nice
one,
dodge.
she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50 and essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of when they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then her, I think probably her boss, if you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach. But look, her boss went out and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. And he went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got taunted with this whole thing about this whole idea and how unfair that would have been. Part of the reason they lost to the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free, but they were saying it's the same way that they talked about that they talk about abortion.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance, has said that you would veto it if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. In all fairness, J.D., and I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me, but I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They taunted young people and a lot of other people that had loans. They can never get this approved. So it doesn't matter what she says about going to Congress. Well, wonderful. Let's go to Congress, do it. But the fact is that for years, they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government. And we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
Vice President Harris, I want to give you your time to respond, but I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
Ooh, I definitely want to hear the answer to that, but I saw a couple of interesting chats, so I want to address those. Will QC John says, after the debate, I am still just astonished that these people are the best we have to offer for president. Really? We are effed? Yeah, I really do wish that we had more competent, intelligent, meritocratic veterans of the establishment who were willing to serve their country. Absolutely. Drew the Dogman says, at Connor, if a person has no pain sensors, is it all right to cut them? I mean, they wouldn't feel it. So it all boils down to a calculation of like autonomy and personhood. So for instance, like when you boil down into the hypotheticals of like, let's say there's somebody who has no pain sensors and you're not going to kill them and they consent to it. If you cut them, doesn't matter. Obviously not. If a person doesn't have a brain or a brain stem and they don't have the capacity for pain and they don't have a conscious experience, is it okay to kill them? And the answer is they don't have a conscious experience. So the answer is probably. If they do have a conscious experience, but they don't have the capacity to feel pain, is it okay to end their life against their consent because they don't have the capacity to feel pain? The obvious answer is no, because you're ending their conscious experience against their will. So there's a lot of variables here, but I mean, they're all fairly intuitive. And you could just ask yourself, like, if I was in the position of the thing or person, would I want that to happen to me? I like life. I think life is very cool. I don't want to die. I wish I could live forever. If I was a 18-week fetus and I didn't have the capacity for pain and somebody wanted to remove me from existence, I wouldn't want that to happen. Therefore, I wouldn't do that to another living being, but that's a moral choice. When it comes to after 18 weeks, when the central nervous system starts forming, if I was a clump of cells, so to speak, with a limited conscious experience, but I had the capacity for pain, would I want to be chopped up? The obvious answer is no. So yeah, you have to infer and intuit your answers. I mean, this guy claimed that millions died in Ukraine and he got zero pushback on that. Yeah, well, probably 500,000 Russians died, 500,000 Ukrainians died. So we're getting close. Cancel the Communist says Trump throwing Vance under the bus will never not be funny. True. I didn't talk about it with JD. We'll see.
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening under Donald Trump.
Jack, bro doesn't apply that to animals. I do apply it to animals. I just apply it to animals on a scale. I value conscious experiences differently. You are correct for $10. Thank you for another donation. Especially after the debate, I realize I truly do not understand what makes Trump appealing to people. He was always a victim, saying virtually nothing, lies, denies his election loss on January 6th. Well, to be honest, this was probably his most coherent response so far, was him saying like, hey, she's coming up with flowery rhetoric for what she's going to be capable of as the executive of the United States. But one, we're not going to get any abortion legislation through because it's down to the states, and that's the best that I can do for conservatives. And two, she's not going to get any abortion legislation to her desk because the legislature doesn't have the ability to. That's actually like a fairly coherent and complex thought. I know the bar is very low, but at the same time, that's probably the most intelligent and coherent thing that I've heard from Trump so far and that I watched last night. Yes, Bud123 says, except for a couple U.S. liberal states, nowhere in the world are there no restrictions on abortion. I actually agree with that. A lot of European nations actually have 20 weeks as the limit. So, what's interesting is while Europe is considered liberal in a lot of cases on abortion, they are actually conservative from some people in the United States perspective. Kind of interesting. Low-level conscious experience like a pig toddler get the same treatment? It literally depends, man. It literally depends on whether or not they are animals that we are going to eat. I don't eat pigs because I think pigs, one, there's like biblical prohibitions because they're filthy animals, et cetera, et cetera. But I also don't eat pigs because apparently they are as socially and emotionally intelligent as dogs. And so while they're ugly and disgusting and spread disease, I don't eat pigs. Like literally, I do not order pork. Yeah. Cacophony says most of our 5 main allies in Europe have abortions limited to under 14 weeks, by the way. Exactly. That's almost a conservative perspective in the United States, which is insane. All right. Sorry. Let's continue.
Abortion bans. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF.
Bacon tastes good, Caratani and Christian Valeris. Didi the Schmay agrees with you as well. I understand, but it's physically bad for you, and the animals are wildly socially intelligent. Now, here's the thing. I'll give you an exception. Wild pigs, hogs, in the wild, in order to keep their population stable, you have to cull half of their population every single year in order to keep their population stable. I would happily eat wild pig that was hunted in order to cull the population. There's a moral difference between industrial farming, where the animal doesn't get to live up to its full potential, versus culling populations in order to maintain a healthy ecosystem. I'm actually not opposed to hunting at all. I think that hunting is an important part of environmental conservation. Like, I would eat bear, as an example. Meanwhile, Canada, the progressive Northern Star, has literally no laws regarding abortion whatsoever. Base libertarian maple syrup plant. Jesus Christ. Other animals suffer just as much as pigs. Doesn't make sense to respect any preference if you don't respect a first order preference, like not being killed, tortured. Okay, I'm not vegan. I'm not a pacifist. I would kill humans. I don't respect all conscious experience. Jihadists, I would execute happily. They're human beings. They're very complex animals who are capable of feeling a variety of emotions. That doesn't mean that they don't deserve to die. Boars have diseases, might not be safe to eat them. Yeah, but that's why you cook. So the degree of deliciousness has no bearing on what you eat? No. I'm a very simple creature. Killer tofu. The IVF thing is kind of crazy, but that's believing life begins at conception. So the fertilized egg is considered a baby and you can be punished for leftover fertilized eggs. Yeah, I don't agree with that. I think that's weird. I love how the she's black thing came last night. Good laugh. Put the racial spotlight on the guy. True. You said nothing about that in your super chat. I don't know what you're talking about. You shouldn't eat bear. It's haram to eat anything with a claw or fang. True. Get to trans illegal inmates. You're right. I'm interrupting too much. I'm talking too much. Unwarranted is obviously implied. I'd love to debate this sometime, not in YT comments. Okay, cool. We'll do it sometime.
What is happening in our country? Working people, working women who are working 1 or 2 jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another state to get on a plane sitting next to strangers to go and get the health care she needs. Barely can afford to do it, and what you are putting her through is unconscionable. And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body, and that is why in every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice President Harris,
excuse me, I have to respond. Another lie. It's another lie. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing, you should ask, will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
Come on.
Okay, would you do that? Why don't you ask her that question?
Why don't you answer the question? Would you
because
veto?
Under Roe v.
Answer
Wade,
the question, would you veto?
you could do abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th
That's
month,
not true.
and probably after birth. Just look at the former governor of Virginia. The governor of Virginia said, we put the baby aside and then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
President Trump, thank you.
We're going to turn now to immigration and border security. We know it's an issue that's important to Republicans, Democrats, voters across the board in this country. Vice President Harris, you were tasked by President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America. We know that illegal border...
So I do just want to acknowledge this, right? Because, you know, people accuse me of being a Harris shill. And to be clear, just based off of geopolitics and the competence between the two candidates, I will likely be voting Harris this election season. She could do some things that would turn off my vote, including like being really aggressive on gun control. She was not aggressive on gun control in this debate, which I was happy about. Obviously, tweeting out the assault weapons ban thing is giga cringe and actually pisses me off. And she just needs to shut up about that shit. And there's way better policies on guns than an assault weapons ban. But that being said, I will acknowledge that was a straight dodge. She should have a straight answer. She should say, hey, there's exceptions that I'm okay with, like rape and incest, health of the mother, and serious medical complications for the fetus or infant. And those things I think should be abortions. But if it's a viable fetus in a 3rd trimester, I think that that will not be a part of what I support. That would be a perfectly valid answer. I understand that she doesn't want to turn off any moderates or turn off any pro-choice voters. But, you know, me as a moderate who is vaguely anti-democratic, but going with Democrats for this election cycle, I would have appreciated a more straightforward answer like that. Cacophony says, if they can stop trying to ban assault weapons, I can move on to listening to second level priorities at parties. Please, thank you. True. Cancel the Communist says, at Counter, she's a gun owner. In my opinion, she's probably married into gun ownership, so at least she's not going to ban handguns. I mean, yeah, but still, like, I literally want to start a gun business. So, all right. I heard it on TV that the baby is given to Haitian immigrants for dinner. True, Giovanni Foulmouth. Let's keep going.
Crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. And let me say that the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill, which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime, trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress, and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And understand, this comes at a time where the people of our country actually need a leader who engages in solutions, who actually addresses the problems at hand. But what we have in the form
Giovanni Foulmouth says, keep your hands off my fentanyl. We have a fentanyl absolutist in chat.
Former president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something, he's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires. And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first. And I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well,
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so? That would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border.
First, let me respond as to the rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there and then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country. And it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again. She's destroying this country. And if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, we'll end up being Venezuela on steroids.
Wow, that was amazing. That was honestly really interesting. We'll address it, I promise. Caratani says at Counterpoints, it just hit me that she's taking from Obama's mannerisms. Yes, I noticed that as well. I think Kamala is trying to skinwalk Obama a little bit. And the good news is that she is enough of her own person with her own cadence and voice that I don't think a lot of people are going to notice that. A lot of people noticed, who was it? Ron DeSantis. Ron DeSantis skinwalks Trump like crazy, and it's so obvious because he literally does the same hand gestures. He'll pick up the same pattern of speech, all that kind of stuff. And it's so obvious, and it's actually very cringe. I think with Kamala Harris, she has enough like original pacing that even if she speaks like Obama with the same pauses and the same emphasis and all that kind of stuff, it's not going to be as noticeable. But I did notice that 100%. You should say the only reason people showed up to your rally is because Megan Thee Stallion performed. True. That is not true. Trump stops his rallies whenever someone passes out or needs medical attention and asks for a doctor or them and praises the doctors. Listen, no one cares. This was bait. It's what it was, because you can hammer the Biden administration on immigration. You can say Trump was harsh on immigration. He might have been inhumane in certain degrees, but he didn't pander to progressives who were so caring about the human plight of immigrants that they then created a pull incentive for immigrants to come to the United States of America. And it took years, 2 or 3 years of the Biden administration to take that issue seriously. And it was only within the past year, when the election was coming up, that they actually took the issue of immigration seriously and wanted to get bipartisan bills passed. So you could have taken that straight on. Trump could have said, hey, that bill was dirty. There were poison pills inside it. I've heard that from Republicans. There were poison pills inside it. It didn't do what you said it was going to do. And on top of that, you only cared about it in the last year of the election because you cared more about playing with the lives of Americans than you did. And you cared more about defeating me than you cared about the lives of everyday Americans. That would have been the response that actually would have played well, instead of getting butthurt about your crowd sizes, which is hilarious because it's obviously such a misplaced priority. Grassroots Checherman says, Counterpoints, the tweet he got this madness from is a literal neo-Nazi, lol. Well, Grassroots Checherman, I would love to, what was it, like blood pride or something like that? That was one of the guys who did it. When I Googled trying to find the Haitians eating cats, I found two things. I found a body camera footage of a black woman in the hood eating a cat raw. So it wasn't immigrants kidnapping cats. It was a schizophrenic killing a cat with her bare hands and then trying to eat it raw. Saw that. Can't unsee it. And then the other thing I saw was a black gentleman, not confirmed to be Haitian, who, what was it? He was walking with a goose down the street, right? But like rednecks eat roadkill all the time. So are we just being racist because it's a black person eating roadkill? So anyways, this is where the moderator joins the debate. Good. I'm excited for it. She lives in breadcrumbs the entire way through the debate, comes back from a fucking ad break and immediately takes the bait again. Yeah, that's crazy. There was some cat eating incidents in Canton, Ohio, but that was 13 years ago. Yeah. Never go to Appalachia. Agreed. Although, Appalachia is probably where I'm going to retreat to when the city catches on fire. There was a testimony from the city council meeting from the citizens testifying. Okay. I don't, that gentleman was just being a silly goose. True. Just being a goof. It's being a little silly. Listen, some people are defending the pet eating stories. And, again, I just, even with your anecdotes, I don't think the primary problem with mass immigration is cats getting eaten. So, that wasn't my concern. So let's continue.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well, I've seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is
the people on television say my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
but
television.
But the people
I'm
on
taking it from
television
the city
saying
manager.
their dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
You talk about it.
Well, hold on. That's like, I get that people are upset, but that was not that harsh. Being like, hey, listen, we called a guy. He said that didn't happen. That is not a solid debate. Does it get more aggressive?
Extreme. This is, I think, one of the reasons why in this election, I actually have the endorsement.
Sorry, Cacophonies actually brings up the real point. Pet eating aside, 20,000 people to a town of 60,000 people is impossible to manage. That would be a more coherent point, is that we're taking small towns, we're adding literally 20 to 25% of their population. There's insufficient housing, there's insufficient food, there's insufficient logistics, there's insufficient jobs. It's causing issues on, this, and this thing. That would be a coherent point. Not on the television, I saw a guy say that his dog got eaten. Connor's shocked that Republicans are either thin-skinned or bad faith. I mean, listen, I'm not shocked. I just wish it wasn't true. Cancel the communists. No at Connor. David Muir pops in the fact checks of that. Tier going forward, and that's it. Laugh my ass off. Yeah, that's soft. Donald Trump is an aggressive, abrasive rhetorician. For his fans to think that was rough, that was not rough at all. That was nothing.
Of 200 Republicans who have formally worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain, including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congress member Liz Cheney. And if you want to really know the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him.
True.
His former chief of staff, a
More
four-star
bait.
general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States.
True.
His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit. His former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the republic, would never survive another Trump term. And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed, I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump, I'll give you a quick minute to respond here.
Thank you. Because when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people, not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people who's were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper, he was no good, I fired him. So he writes a book. Another one writes a book, because with me, they can write books. With nobody else can they? But they have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far. In fact, I got more votes than any president, sitting president in history by far.
Man, listen, I'm going to tell y'all a story, okay? I'm going to tell y'all a story because you know me, centrist brain. I always like considering what people are saying and whether or not they're telling the truth, et cetera, et cetera. So when Donald Trump says, all these people did a bad job, I think to myself, like, is that possible? Is dismissing some of your former staff a good incentive for your other staff to perform better? And it's possible. But there's this analogy that I keep returning to over and over again, or story. I don't know what you would call it. I'm getting a little bit more tired. If you wake up in the morning and you talk to one guy and he's an asshole, okay, that sucks. You talk to two assholes during the day, that's a shitty day, right? If you talk to everyone and everyone around you is an asshole, you're the asshole. Okay? That's exactly how I perceive Donald Trump. When you have half a dozen to a dozen, it's not even half a dozen, it's literally dozens, plural, of people who have worked with Donald Trump, and they say he's a megalomaniacal, incompetent buffoon who talks way more than he actually knows. He's not deeper on the inside. He's not deeper than meetings. He actually is exactly what he appears to be. He's incompetent. He believes he knows more than he does, and he asks the impossible. And when he can't get his way, he throws a temper tantrum like a child. When dozens upon hundreds of people say that, I just believe him at this point. I believe him. Okay. So that's where I'm at. Talent of the Silverhawk says at Counterpoints, do you have a problem with Tim Pool? Yeah, I do. I think he smoked too much pot. I think he's a contrarian. I think he, says that, oh, I'm a centrist and I'm a liberal, but then every objection he has cuts left instead of cutting right. And when it cuts right, it doesn't cut against MAGA. It cuts against everybody who isn't MAGA. So yeah, that's my objection to Tim Pool. I think he's audience captured, and I think he probably smokes too much pot in his compound in West Virginia. That's my personal assessment. Grassroots Hegemon says, you think Dick Cheney is bad because he took money and got people killed? I think Dick Cheney is awful because he made all the money and didn't finish killing everyone. We are not the same. Woo! That is vicious. But Cacophonies, along a similar note, says, honest question time. How is Dick Cheney any number one of the Democrats for 20 years endorsing or not showing either major party switch or corruption? Why is it bragged about? Cacophonies, I agree with you. I don't think that getting Dick Cheney's endorsement is actually a good thing. I think it just signals to upper level Republicans and never Trumpers that it's okay to publicly endorse Kamala. That's all it does. Yeah, Dick Cheney is not popular with almost anyone. I think it just tells rhinos, corporate Republicans, and by the way, you could call me a rhino if you wanted to, but corporate Republicans and people who hate Trump, it just gives them the green light to endorse Kamala. I have the biggest dick of any president by far. Trust me. Let's do the teeth sucking and then let's say that. I have the biggest dick of any president ever. Trust me. Yeah, I was in DGG the other day. They brought up Warhammer lore for like a while. Yeah, I'm trying to get Destiny to play this upcoming Sunday. So not maybe tomorrow. Is it tomorrow? 11th. No, not tomorrow. So 14th, we're celebrating my son's birthday. I should say that. And then on the 15th, I'm trying to play with Destiny. And then I think he was going to invite one of his lady friends to come play video games with us. So I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm saying that I've been pushing him to do it and he agreed to it. Who is the gun control debate shit against? Who is the gun control debate shit against? I'm not sure what you're saying. I think they ask about guns later on, and then Kamala just goes, I'm not going to ban guns. I own guns. That's a lie. Who is the gun control debate on? Oh, that's with Doobie. All right. Sorry. Oh, Pisco? Pisco's going to show up too? That's interesting. All right. Let's continue. Let's see if we can find the trans jail clip before we go to bed.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier. So let's get back to your deportation proposal that the vice president has reacted to as well. President Trump, you call this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S. military.
Police, yes.
You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah, it is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country. And they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world?
All right, sorry, I missed it. Was he saying that's the United States or was he saying the countries of origin?
Is way down. You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow. And I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in, and all over the world, crime is down all over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof, despite their fraudulent statements that they made. Crime in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. And it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says.
Yeah, sorry. There's some confusion in chat. Christian Valeris, yeah. So I think that Wick is going to push back because I think he's helping out with the hippy dippy. But on Friday, the original thing was going to be, I think, a Wick TV special with Doobie and I over whether or not that parent should have been punished for the mass shooting in Georgia. So, yeah. You know, what do these absolute ass debates by Trump say anything about his advisors? Are they doing anything for him? You know what? He's not as incompetent and silly and goofy as I thought he was going to be. Honestly, I thought I watched the last half, and I think the last half he falls off kind of hard. But for the first half, he's doing okay. He's still Trump. He was a little lethargic in the beginning, but it's not any different than he's ever been. It's not too crazy.
Overall, violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But Vice
excuse me,
President
the
Harris,
FBI they were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime. It was a fraud, just like their number of 818,000 jobs that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond, Vice President Harris.
Well, I think this is so rich coming from someone who has been prosecuted for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big court appearance is in November at his own criminal sentencing. And let's be clear where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries. But frankly, the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every one of those cases was started by them against their police.
Listen, that was bait. That's what it was. It was bait. All right. We're talking about immigration. He actually has I don't want to say a decent opening, but it's an opening that's going to play to his base. Because what was it? Bukele I don't want to say it's Nicaragua. It might be El Salvador. I always get Central American countries mixed up. But Bukele, in his country, he arrested all of his criminals. He did something fairly authoritarian, but they actually dropped homicide by like 95%. The gangs are running scared, et cetera, et cetera. And overall, it seems like a decent situation. And he used that precipitous drop in Central American crime to blame Central American countries for sending all of their criminals to the United States. Okay, like it's an interesting narrative so far. Crime did go up, halfway through COVID, and it's a little bit above pre-COVID levels. So, okay, you got a little bit of meat on the bone there. You can find live leak videos of people getting murdered. You can find Hispanic people killing people on, live. I know live leak isn't a thing anymore, but you know what I'm saying, right? You can find videos of like horrible street crime. So he has an interesting narrative here, but then this is like a parry, by the way. This is her dodging immigration and crime and what he said and saying, hey, you're a criminal piece of garbage. And he's about to chomp down on that thing. If I was Trump's debate advisor, I would be saying, she's going to call you a criminal, ignore that, and hold the Biden's administration feet to the fire when it comes to immigration and crime, because there are a lot of popular narratives about Democrats being soft on crime. He could have roasted her right here, and he missed it, which is fine. Like, we all miss it. We all get heated, all that kind of stuff. But it's obvious he's taking a lot of this personal. Weld QC John says, I figured you were going to be a part of the big debate Friday night of Rob Noor and Andrew Wilson fighting all of Twitch poll. I mean, that's going to be the undercard. I actually am going to be with Dylan fighting a libertarian and a authoritarian communist on whether or not NATO, is the way forward. Moonray Murray says, how is that not a 2v1 when there's a dispute over supposed fact that is to be debated in debate, is not to be stated as a fact? Otherwise, what the hell is the point of a debate? I don't know what you mean. Like, honestly, this is soft. Like I get it. Maybe I could rewind it and I would see something out of pocket, but this is not out of pocket. You have to understand, like, all the people who are fans of Trump, you understand that he is one of the most rhetorically abrasive men in politics. So when he is one of the most rhetorically abrasive men in politics, and then a debate moderator goes, hey, that's not true, based off of XYZ ABC, that's not true. And you're like, oh my God, the moderators are hurting him. Like, it just makes him look soft by your complaint. I wouldn't complain. I'll just be like, yeah, hey, you know, they're obviously biased towards Kamala. And I would probably just agree with that. What happens if Trump loses in November? The Republican Party goes into an identity crisis in which MAGA needs to redefine itself in a way that popularizes it and its goals with centrist, moderate, and corporate Republicans. Yeah. I've always said Harris should run hard on the top cop thing. Hey, it's one of her strongest things when it plays the moderates. Counterfire, who's the libertarian? Fabian, I can guess the commie. No, it's not Fabian. It's the gubernatorial candidate, Larry Sharp. Very, very nice man. We disagree on virtually everything, but he's a very nice man. When this aired, the people who watched it know about Skamala's Bidenomics. Interesting. Sorry, let's continue. Let's see if we can get to the trans people in prison.
Political opponent, and I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York. Every one of those cases. And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case? They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it to try and win an election. They're fake cases.
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on this notion of weaponization of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States Supreme Court recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand, this is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States, that he would weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies. Someone who has openly expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people
Vice President
to stop
Harris.
him.
Thank you. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president.
This is the one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy with a fake Russia investigation that went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president, you said you wanted to ban fracking. Now you don't. You wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking...
Ooh, hold up. Back up. Sorry. That's actually really important.
Now you don't. You wanted mandatory government buy.
Sorry, let's back up.
Investigation
We do have a lot
that went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president, you said you wanted to ban fracking. Now you don't. You wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
Ooh,
so my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States. And in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking. My position is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We have had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager. The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3 million homes.
Was that related to the question?
3 million homes by the end of my first term.
Wasn't it? Why didn't you change a whole bunch of policies?
Having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on long-standing work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams. My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people up and not beating people down and name calling. The true measure of the leader is the leader who actually understands the strength is not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up. I intend to be that president.
President Trump, your
Well,
response?
first of all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it.
Okay. I am going to point this out because everybody else is pointing it out, and I agree. That was a dodge. So specifically when it comes to, you changed on oil, you changed on guns, you changed on this, you changed on that. You're saying your values haven't changed. So I understand that debate's hard. Live debate is hard. It is hard. It's hard to keep track of all your ideas and all your thoughts and all that kind of stuff. However, the crux of the question are levels of hypocrisy or changes in policy that even I'm interested in. So saying we shouldn't be reliant on foreign oil, that's why I approved new leases. Okay, I get that. But people want to hear whether or not you're like a green energy hawk, right? When it comes to guns, the reason why I want to hear that is because being proactive about an assault weapons ban and mandatory buybacks is the kind of thing that would force my hand in order to not vote for Kamala Harris. If she said, if she said as a part of her platform, I am going to do mandatory buybacks, and if Congress does not have an assault weapons ban bill on my desk within 100 days, this is the kind of stuff she was saying when she was running in the primaries in like 19 and 20. If they don't have a bill on my desk within the first 100 days, I will do what I can via executive action. That is the kind of thing that could prevent me from voting for her because I am that passionate about it. What's obviously happened, which Bud123 joked about, is that my values haven't changed. My value is becoming the president of the United States of America. That's funny because it's probably true. That's the North Star of this conversation, or, the way that she's going about it, right? So, I don't have a problem with that. Politicians ultimately are supposed to be representative of the constituencies. that they are a part of. So if she believes that these policies that she's talking about now are more likely to result in her election, I don't have a problem with that in a democratic republic. But I do wish that she would articulate a principled reason for why she moderated her positions rather than a political calculus. So, conservatives and libertarians and Trump people, if you're wondering if I am hearing the dodges, I am hearing the dodges. Absolutely.
They are even surprised. So we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute, I'm talking now, if you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar?
It didn't. No, hold on.
She went out in Minnesota and wanted to let
he was ready. This is what happened in my estimation. He was ready for her to be argumentative and interrupt. And also, if he had interrupted her, then for her to do that moment. So he played an Uno reverse, but because she wasn't being like insistent or dogged or an asshole about it, the moment didn't quite land. So all in all, like, I'll give him props for trying. That was almost like a solid Uno reverse card. But that was, it didn't quite, it was a good move, but it didn't stick. At least it didn't stick for me. Oh man, that's funny. That was a good moment. Did he say she's against defund the police? Isn't that a good thing? Benji Mation, not in my estimation, but obviously I'm not necessarily the target audience, as Adi Zazif points out. Are you her audience, though? Someone who's actually interested in policy, or is she trying to reach folks who are not moved by platitudes? I agree. I agree with you. So I am more interested in policy. I do care more about the details. Or is she trying to reach folks who are more moved by platitudes? I do agree that in these conversations, sound bites and clippable moments are more valuable than nuanced conversation about policy. 100%. You're right.
Criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis, she went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish one thing, so important in my opinion. So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead. Fossil fuel will be dead. We'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar, but they take 400, 500 acres of desert soil.
Trump, we have a
These
lot
are
of
not good
issues
things
that
for
we
the
have to get to.
environment.
What? Who gives a shit about the desert? Does anybody give a shit about the desert? Conservatives always do this. They're always like, look at how solar pollutes the environment. And then they show like the size of a nuclear power plant, which, by the way, I love nukes. But then they show like some dickhead desert in Arizona covered in solar panels. Why the fuck do I give a shit about Arizona getting covered in solar panels? Can anyone explain this to me? Do you care? And sometimes my mom watches my program now, so I'm getting tired, so I'm getting a little bit more profane. My apologies for using so much profanity in that sentence, but who cares? Who cares about the desert having solar panels? Does anybody care? Do you care about the local lizards who can still survive in the shade of the solar panels? Do you care about the hawks where it's too hot to fly over the solar panels now, so they have to fly around? Giovanni Falmouth. I honestly don't understand how Trump knows so much about renewable energy. He's like a scientist or an engineer. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, Potato Powered says there are potential environmental impacts, especially on migratory animals, but the right doesn't care about that anyways. Yeah, it feels so flat. It feels like nothing. Okay. Christian Blair yes, I am anti-desert. So, all right. Okay. We no strong rebuttals from the desert folk. All right, let's continue.
Thank you.
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election in just 56 days. And I want to talk about the peaceful transfer of power, which, of course, we all know is a cornerstone of our democracy, and the role of a president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. The country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office. You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
You just said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer that should have never, ever shot her. It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly. I ask, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people?
My apologies. He's been rambling a little bit, so I missed it. Did he already say she's transing the illegal immigrants? I thought you guys would have caught it and been more lively about it. Okay.
She allowed to pour it in. She was the border czar. Remember that. She was the border czar. She doesn't want to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, "Oh, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border."
Oh my God.
That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people? When are they going to be prosecuted? When are these people from countries all over the world, not just South America? They're coming in from all over the world, David, all over the world. And
all right, someone's saying that I missed the trans thing. I need to go back.
The country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol.
Don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar?
Smart ass.
She went out.
All right, sorry for rewinding, but we need to catch this.
In Minnesota, and wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis, she went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish one thing. So
I missed it because it was in the middle of the word salad. My apologies.
Important, in my opinion. So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election the day after that
All right,
election,
I'm fast forwarding because I want to catch up to where we were. So my apologies for being on times and a half, but I want to catch up and I want to address something in chat. And then honestly, I think we're probably wrapping it up, but let's get to it.
they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead, fossil fuel will be dead. We'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar, but they take 400, 500 acres of desert soil.
Trump,
These are not good things for the environment that she understands.
Thank you.
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election in just 56 days. And I want to talk about the peaceful transfer of power, which, of course, we all know is a cornerstone of our democracy, and the role of a president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. The country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office. You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
You just said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer that should have never, ever shot her. It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly. I ask, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people that she allowed to pour in? She was the border czar. Remember that. She was the border czar. She doesn't want to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, oh, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet. That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people?
That was a dodge.
What are they going to be prosecuted? When are these people from countries all over the world, not just South America? They're coming in from all over the world, David. All over the world, and crime rates are down all over the world because of it.
But let me just
when are those, David, when are those people going to be prosecuted? When are the people that burned down Minneapolis going to be prosecuted? Or in Seattle, they went into Seattle, they took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle. When are those people going to be prosecuted?
But let me just ask
you. You might ask her that question.
You were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day? Yes, sir.
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago, her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi. But I do want Vice President Harris to respond here.
I was.
Okay. So Master Voltaire TTV, if you're still with us, I would love to hear what you think. Pelosi is to blame. She's caught on video saying it. What do you think when Nancy Pelosi said, I'm responsible for this or whatever? What do you think she meant? Because I almost guarantee you what she thinks she meant is that she didn't think that it was going to be as bad as it was, and therefore she would have increased security. But what I would counter is that Trump was told by many of his advisors that the fraud that he was saying existed didn't exist, that they had already investigated it, that they couldn't corroborate what he was claiming, that the state of Georgia couldn't corroborate what he was claiming, that they shouldn't write letters from the DOJ to the various states in order to say that they're actively investigating things when they weren't, because they had already concluded their investigations because they couldn't substantiate them. That they, in order to give more credence to the false elector scheme and what he was trying to do, and that he was using the crowd to pressure Mike Pence and legislators to go along with the fake elector scheme, in which they just picked random people in order to do it. She knew she effed up when they didn't have enough police protection. Okay. Well, I mean, I guess we agree then. I would blame, just personally me, I would blame the person who lied about the election, said they were going to stop the steal, said that people were on the verge of losing a democratic republic and weren't capable of providing evidence for those assertions. That's who I would blame. Just me. So, you know, like if for instance, if somebody was to burglarize my house right now, I have an alarm and I have a firearm. And so if the burglar broke in and smashed my crap and stole some things and ran away, I would say to myself, wow, I am to blame because I should have set my alarm earlier in the evening and I should have had my firearm more handily accessible. Therefore, I am responsible. But I think anybody of sound mind and logic would blame the burglar because the burglar is the person who committed a crime. And so likewise in this situation, you can hold Nancy Pelosi relatively responsible for not taking the security situation seriously. I would hold the person who actually did the rioting more responsible. Trump wanted a recount, not for people to rush the Capitol. Laugh my ass off. Vlad, I think this is cope. I think this is very solidly cope. I don't think anything. I don't think anything justifies the fake elector scheme. Leader says wait. Okay, we're waiting. Waiting on you. There was a Tenet Russia media meltdown. You didn't see that? We did that. We did that at the 1 hour mark in the show. But yeah, the people at Tenant, Lauren Chen, accepted $10 million from Russian foreign agents, and the Tim Pool and Dave Rubin were getting paid $400,000 a month in order to create propaganda. Lauren Southern got a little bit of money, but nowhere near as much as everyone else. Benny Johnson got some money, but we don't know how much. I hope that's a bad joke. You guys need to expand on your concepts. Yeah, so leader, what was your question? Or was that sarcasm? Yeah. He had a legal theory, you know. Yeah. Order 66 was a legal theory. In Star Wars, Order 66 was a legal theory from Emperor Palpatine.
At the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the president of the United States incited a violent mob.
I'm just going to listen to her response, and then we're probably wrapping up.
To attack our nation's capital, to desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. And understand, the former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate. And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side. Let's remember that when it came to the Proud Boys, a militia, the former president said, stand back and stand by. So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was, I say, we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the page. And if that was a bridge too far for you, well, there is a place in our campaign for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law, and to end the chaos, and to end the approach that is about attacking the foundations of our democracy because you don't like the outcome. And be clear on that point. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking. Let's turn the page on this. Let's not go back. Let's chart a course for the future. And
So for this stuff, I do feel that this is dishonest. Now, it's politics, and your words will always be used against you. But there is an element of dishonesty here that I think is obvious to anybody who knows the quote. So the bloodbath, if I remember correctly, it was in reference to manufacturing. And if I remember correctly, then the bloodbath was, if these people get elected, then there's going to be a bloodbath. And he was talking about the manufacturing industry or whatever industry, the union industry, whoever he was talking to, he was basically saying that their business was going to evaporate as a result of the Democrats getting into office. So I feel like that's a bad example, potentially dishonest example. When it comes to Charlottesville, I don't care about Trump's clarification. I think that, when you have somebody who gets killed in a vehicular homicide, you should probably just come out and say, hey, listen, this side's fucked up, right? They're racist. They're a-holes. They did something messed up with a vehicular homicide. And all those people can pound sand. Now, he didn't want to lose the Southern folk and free speech warriors, so he amended that to say there were people who were just protesting the removing of the statue, and those are good people. What about the alt-left who charged and instigated the riot? So, yeah, fine people on both sides was debunked by Snopes. Bud 123, I know what you're saying. But Trump has a penchant to say what he thinks, which I guess you can see as good, but he also says really stupid crap that's highly unoptical, and that's why it's been used as a weapon against him multiple times. Vlad the Kebabber. Charlottesville had nothing to do with Trump, but somehow they say January 6th in Charlottesville was Trump's fault. I think they're saying that Charlottesville, I don't want to say is his fault, but he emboldened the right, I think would be their argumentation. And by the way, I would flip that argumentation right on its head, and I would attack the left with it. I would say that liberal tolerance of progressive insanity emboldened Black Lives Matter protests to turn into violent arson, anti-cop baloney. So I am sympathetic. If you want to make it cut it both ways, cut it both ways. I was just pointing out that she was so nasty and mean to him last night. She should be in jail right now. True. Nice. All right, let's let her wrap up, and then we're going to wrap up.
Not go backwards to the past.
Let me just follow up here.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business. That was where Bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, Jesse, all of these people, they covered it. If they go an extra sentence, they will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every newspaper, but they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this. You talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through on the southern border? How come she's not doing anything? And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be very proud to do it. I would say we would both leave this debate right now. I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border because they have the right to do it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do it. The president of the United States, you'll get him out of bed. You'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. You say, come on down to the office. Let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed. Those President, people are killing many people, unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on this next issue to both of you because it really brings us this into focus.
I'm just going to see what the next
in these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost.
All right, we're good. So just a little shill. And if you guys have questions or concerns, then go ahead and type in @counterpoints in chat. I do appreciate you hanging out with us tonight. We peaked out, 130 with the raid. We probably naturally peaked out between 80 and 90 cross-platform. Right now we're at 75. So I do appreciate each and every single one of you, 75 beautiful souls who have given me a fraction of your time on this earth. Be sure to like the stream on YouTube if you haven't done so already. That is free. It helps us in the algorithm. Also, be sure to subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Become a YouTube channel member. That helps give us money. And then also during streams, if you give us super chats, it is appreciated. It does help out with the, paying the editor and also, But we haven't really made any money off this channel yet, to be honest, just because a majority of it is going to the editor. But that's perfectly fine. We're here for a good time, right? We're here for a good time. So I do want to, if you don't have money, if you're saving up for Space Marine 2, et cetera, then I do appreciate you giving us your time, attention, love, comments, replies, et cetera, on Twitch. Thank you for hanging out with us as well. Be sure to follow if you're not already following, and be sure to subscribe if you do have the dollary dues to do it. And I'm trying to think of what else. I think Kamala did really well. In retrospect, I know Trump had a few meme moments, but he wasn't as weak as I initially perceived him to be. He actually did do fairly well. And yeah, so I don't want to say well, right? Like Kamala did better, but I do think that, as some people in chat pointed out, she dodged. And she was evasive, and she was critical, and she baited. So yeah, so I think that's a little bit more nefarious than some people were giving it credit for. Do some Warhammer content soon, please. Remy LeBeau. That is an exhausting comment to me, because I did 12 hours of Warhammer content for you Warhammer folks over the past week by doing a Space Marine 2 playthrough, where I played 3 hours every single day for like 4 or 5 days while I was working. So go watch that if you want some content. I am kind of joking. We, of course, will be releasing Tithes episode 2 this week on Thursday. So tomorrow. My editor, Tay, should be working on that right now. And then, what is it? Ties episode 3 had their trailer release, so I'm assuming sometime in the next 2 to 3 weeks we're going to have Ties episode 3. It was fantastic. Dee the Schmay, was it fun? Yes, it was beautiful. It was fantastic. I loved it. On a scale of video game, I would say it's an 8.5 out of 10. On a scale of Warhammer video game, it's a 9.5 out of 10. It's almost perfect. I loved almost every single second I was playing. There was a few frustrating things with controls and in figuring out how to play the game properly. And then there was a few frustrating things where I was involved in massive battles and my frame rate dropped significantly, like, 3 frames a second, because my computer couldn't keep up. But it was an absolute blast. I had a fantastic time. Its counter and dodge moves were sloppy on timing, but it's great. I kind of agree. What I learned, like literally 3 hours into the video game, I thought that you could only parry when there was a blue reticle. I thought that because that's what I thought you were supposed to do. You were only supposed to parry and dodge, parryable attacks, and then dodge unparryable attacks. And so I was like single-mindedly focused on that. I didn't realize that you could parry the whole time. So if somebody's taking a swipe at you and you don't have the blue reticle, you can still do a parry move and it'll break their attack, and that'll set you up for a counter attack. And it's actually a very useful tool. Christian Valera says, at CounterFire, I would still like to see a convo with Destiny and Pisco going over government power, history of the Second Amendment. We're going to do it for sure. Pisco and I need to do the Second Amendment. We need to do like a historical thing. And I'll probably like make like a video, because I have a feeling that Destiny, Pisco, and I could really, really, really yell at each other over that topic. So I'd rather have all my ideas like fleshed out as like a single 10 to 20 minute essay. That way people can't straw man me. I'm sorry for yawning in your ear. And then I do want to play Space Marine 2 with Destiny this Sunday, hopefully. That way we can play video games together before we yell at each other. That way we don't have like an ass mad debate where everybody gets pissy at each other and everybody's all upsetty spaghetti right before we play video games together. I would rather play video games first and then have a pissed off debate. Bud123, you did not turn down the graphics settings. You only lowered the resolution through DLSS, but it did go well despite the low frame rates. Yeah, no, it was still a blast. And to be honest, I needed those low frame rates in order to be able to play the flipping game, because I was literally surrounded by like dozens or hundreds of monsters who were all trying to grate me all at the same time. So I needed my computer to slow down and think so I could think fast enough in order to deal with all the enemies. You're going to need 10 hours just for why US versus Miller is baloney. Interesting. I'll take a look at it. So Honestly, I'm exhausted. I need to get a couple of days of normal sleep. So you probably will not see me tomorrow night. You might not even see me this weekend. I might be sleeping a healthy chunk. They were just trying to love you. True. Phil, that remains. Is that my favorite? Is that my favorite Rockstar Twitter mutual? I'm assuming so. And then Christian Valera says at CounterFire, so debating this Friday 2 versus 2. Oh man, I am screwed schedule wise. Yeah, I'm gonna take tomorrow night off and get some decent sleep. So debating this Friday 2v2 this Friday, or did you say that got pushed? No, I will be. Karatani, why can't I quit you? Because I'm like the only nice guy on the internet who's actually nice. The 2v2 is going to be hippy dippy, and we need to harass Phil that remains. Phil Labonte is a rock star who does very well. He's a contributor to Timcast, and I try to get him into the debate scene, but he's like, nah, I don't want to deal with all your autistic spurgs, but we need him because we need some right wingers. And I will be debating that NATO is a good thing and should lead international relations into the future. Dylan Burns will be my debate partner. And then we are going to be debating a MAGA communist, somebody who's friends with Infra Haas. And we will be debating a libertarian, Mr. Larry Sharp, who is a very nice gentleman who I viciously disagree with on almost everything. Why can't we get normal, honest politicians for president? Because it attracts narcissists. That's why. Yeah, if he thinks Destiny is too much, he won't like the other Spurgs. I mean, that's true. That's true. Phil that remains says NATO could be a good thing. It's probably not now. Well, you need to come on to the hippy dippy and yell at a bunch of 20-year-olds and 30-year-olds about your politics. You know, they need the wise counsel of a successful, physically fit older man who pursued and succeeded in their dream and now is trying to share their wealth of knowledge. You know, they need you, Phil. They need a mentor. They need a political mentor to stop them from their communism. Oh man. So anyways, I am exhausted. We've been live for like 4 hours and change. You're too kind. Well, hey, listen, I'm just happy that you put up with all my Twitter bullshit, because obviously I'm shit posting all the time and being an asshole. So get some sleep, Connor. Thank you, Phil. I appreciate you. With your permission, I am going to wrap up. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming to the stream. Go ahead and like it if you haven't liked it. Subscribe if you're not subscribed. Go ahead and become a follower or subscriber on Twitch if you haven't done so already. Become a member on YouTube or go to patreon.com/counterpoints in order to do it. On the Warhammer 40K channel, we will have Ty's episode 2 broke down tomorrow, so you should have some very beautiful science fiction violence. Also, Ty's episode 3 is coming out soon. I have the ATF, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, coming to my house on Friday. We will be applying for a federal firearms license so we can build chainsaw swords and Warhammer 40K bolters and Aliens M41A pulse rifles and Halo sniper rifles, and we are going to try to sell those to you at a reasonable price. That way, if you're a collector of firearms and science fiction merchandise, then you can collect both at the same time. And if you ever need to defend your household, then you can pull a bolter or a bolt pistol or a chainsaw sword or a Halo sniper rifle or a Halo Magnum or a Halo upside down shotgun or a battle rifle or a DMR off of your wall and then kill the burglar. So that is my goal. That is what I'm going to try to do. So anyways, parasocial love to you and yours. Thanks for coming out tonight. I hope you have a beautiful evening, and bye for now.